can't stand up to us, then they all might stand up. Those puny little ants outnumber us 100 to 1. And if they ever figure that out, there goes our way of life. It's not about food. It's about keeping those ants in line.
We do not forget. Expect us.
This is a message to all supporters. A message to all freedom fighters, to all dissenters, to all forgotten. A call to all intellectuals, to all journalists. A call to all freethinkers. A call for intelligence. This is a call to all poets. A call to the strong and the weak. A call to all young people. To the wise, to the astucious. We want you to join us. We are on the streets of Tokyo. In the skyscrapers of New York. In the lanes of Paris. In the cellars of Munich. On Moscow's icy places. On the cobbled streets of Dublin. This is a call to all people. To the youth. Join us in the fight for freedom of information. Search for us, and you will find us. We are among you. We are you. Everyone you speak with can be a member of Anonymous. We have no leaders, only an orientation. We have no targets, only results. You cannot stop us because we are an idea. We cannot be eliminated because we are invisible. If you try to mock us, we will mock ourselves. If you try to slander us, we will accept the defamation. We are the king's gestures with daggers. We are the dancing bear which tears to pieces the laughing mob. We are anonymous. We are legion. We do not forgive. We do not forget. Expect us, just as we expect you.
of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex.
And welcome to Anonymous Bites Back, episode 156, and I'll hand it off to Mark.
Okay, so a little different this start, everyone, than usually. But we have two special guests tonight. It's all about the Assange situation, of course, again. With us tonight are Andrew Zigmund. He is an activist, Free Assange, and he's a member of the Ohio Green Party State Central Committee. And we have with us Taylor Hudak. She is a journalist at TV2 KSU, and she is also involved with the fight for Free Assange. Of course, a lot of stuff happened surrounding the Assange situation, so we had to focus on this thing tonight again. I mean, it's probably one of the most important things that is happening right now regarding internet freedom, press freedom, and it's going to matter to all of us how this is going to end eventually. So welcome, guys, and glad you're with us.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much for having me on.
So I know, Terrence, you want to start with reading a message from Julian, because we're not sure if...
Yeah, it's just my comms were a little bad here. Hopefully it's unbroken. So yeah, this is an official statement from Assange, from a letter that he managed to get out. He is under gag order and watch. We'll probably go into how he's being treated inside of the prison here, but I just wanted everybody to hear because I thought it was a really powerful statement. He says, I've been isolated from the ability to prepare to defend myself. I'm defenseless. I'm unbroken, surrounded by murderers. But the days where I could read and speak and organize to defend myself, my ideas, and the people are over until I'm free. I just thought that was a really powerful statement. It says it all there. He really is, surrounded by murderers. Literally, he has never committed any sort of crime that would warrant that. His ability to speak out on behalf of the people, on behalf of himself, to defend himself, all of that has been taken away, I would argue, illegally. And I'll let the guests take over and get it.
Mm-hmm, absolutely. And also this sentence was very troubling for me, and I think a lot of people who support WikiLeaks and Julian Assange, because he received the maximum penalty he could receive for breaching his bail, or just 2 weeks shy of that. He received 50 weeks, of course, and this is typically given to people who have extensive criminal histories and or violent criminals and pose a threat to the public. And Assange does not qualify for either of those, so it is definitely troubling. This judge is being very harsh on him, and this also speaks to the other issue of, is he going to receive any fair trial in the U.S. if he is extradited here? Of course, we are trying to prevent that, and the fight is not going to stop. But we just learned today, of course, or yesterday, in fact, that he is not well and he's actually unable to speak. And I remember hearing that, and it was just alarming because this is one of the great speakers of our time. He is extremely articulate, and he was very, very strong throughout the 7 years, or nearly 7 years, that he was in detention. So to hear that he has declined so rapidly while in Belmarsh prison, it's just alarming. And the fact that the people at the prison sent him to the hospital and they felt that he was in that bad of condition speaks volumes, because if they are going to see that at Belmarsh, he has to be in really, really bad shape. But beyond that, we really don't know a whole lot of his condition.
And one of the biggest things to keep in mind too is we can't wait for the extradition case. We can't wait to have anything get better, and that's the biggest thing that I'm trying to promote right now, where every time I see a post, I'm trying to call the people to actually get out of their house and use the little bit of time that they would have available to do a real world action once a day for Chelsea and Julian, because these are literally heroes, war heroes that are being legally tortured by our system, something that we allow to exist. And so that's why I'm trying to push. I use #action for Assange, but I also try to incorporate Chelsea Manning into a lot of it too, because she's someone that's very pivotal to this whole process as well that kind of gets overshadowed too by the news with Julian. Not that it's any greater or of lesser importance. It's just what it is.
Yes.
And so that's, I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead.
I was just going to say that, you know, she is absolutely a very courageous person because she could have testified against WikiLeaks and be done with all of this, but she is standing up for her principles, which is something that is so admirable, and Assange is the same. So I definitely agree with you that we need to be advocating for both of these individuals because she is definitely preventing this investigation in this case from moving forward, and she deserves credit for that. But again, the people can do more, and I think that your hashtag is great because again, we need to unify people on Twitter and on social media because of course our politicians and our law enforcement isn't doing the job here. So it is up to us to now take on this responsibility.
And the thing that I'm really pushing for, and this is just me and what I am capable of and have the time to do, but what I really like to see is people make a bunch of posters, get your groups of friends together, hand make signs, even if you're just doing it by yourself, because I'm running pretty much a solo project up here. Like I'm not even doing it in affiliation with the Green Party. It's just something that I've taken up personally to do. But every poster that you put up there in the real world can't be censored. The only way it can be taken down is by someone literally walking up and pulling it off of that, for me, wooden telephone pole that I put them on. And the people that are doing that are generally police officers or city employees that are out cleaning the street. And those are union members. Those are people that have some say or a vote in an organization that holds more power than us as a single individual. So it's also not just postering, but targeting where you poster. Like I post near VFWs, American Eagles, or the Eagles fraternity, things like that, courthouses, local newspapers, TV stations, and then just on busy public places. Like there's a really big beach out here, and I put posters all the way down. So if anyone crosses in either direction, they see it a dozen times that Chelsea Manning's being legally tortured. Free Julian Assange. Julian Assange fights for us. Just very simple, direct messages that they can read going 45 miles an hour and still understand that this is something important enough that someone had to tell it to me. And
right, and
when you have... Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'm sure it's very effective because the media has been very ignorant on this issue. The reporting on the Assange case on WikiLeaks and on his subsequent illness that he's suffering from right now, it's been largely ignored by the media. So can you maybe even, I'm just curious, and I'm sure the viewers are as well, and the rest of the panel, what has the response been like? Have you noticed anything since you've been taking this initiative?
Not really. Oh, were you asking me or?
Go ahead.
No. Go ahead.
Me personally, I wouldn't say that I've seen anything change. Like I've been checking on the newspapers' websites every once in a while, but it's not even me as one person doing it to this one part of the world. It's if you get a bunch of those one peoples, if you get one people in half of the counties in a state, that's a lot of people.
What's important here is all of this has to come from the people. Look, the reason it wasn't, it's not like, we kind of said ignored, and I think that's a really soft tone to take, right? This was specifically a media blackout with not a single news organization for that first 24 hours even mentioned he was sick. We started in the beginning of this conversation talking about him being one of the most pathetic voices of our time. That person being sick should have been front page news, right? Every single on CNN, they post 100 stories a day. They specifically did not mention it. That is on purpose. And that's all of the shiny, happy, lovey faces that you see on corporate media specifically did not mention this on
and that's
purpose.
That's why it's so important to follow so many people. Because I don't want to take credit by any means for any of this, but I go through and follow everyone. And I had found that article and circulated it to like Tim Black, Jimmy Dore, Caitlin Johnstone, and a couple other people. but I found it from a guy in Portugal that retweeted an article from someone in Germany from a publisher in Sweden. Like, that's why it's so important that every time you see someone post something positive about Assange, that your brain says, okay, this is an actual real person, not a bot. Follow that person, because we never know where news is going to come from, and we don't know how it's going to spread. So it could be from that source in Sweden that gets pushed out, and then Caitlin Johnstone or some other person gets in contact with one of these other, like the legal team or someone that's still involved in WikiLeaks on the back end, and says, hey, is this true? Is this verified? And then that gets back out to us or gets them to make a statement, because they don't have time or money for PR right now. Like, all they have is their legal team. And that's why getting in the street is so important, because they don't have a voice. Like, that's us.
Yeah, and I saw that no media was reporting about this, and I saw Raymond, who was a friend of us. He posted this local Swedish news station mentioning the medical situation of Assange, and he literally said, like, we have to do something now. And then I started making these posts about the situation. It was shared like crazy on Twitter, and I asked also the Spanish Yellowfests community to help with it, and they started posting about this in Spanish. And after about a few hundred of these retweets and shares, then suddenly we saw some media articles coming up already. So it did actually help that we, as grassroots activists, started to talk about this, and the media started actually picking it up. So we shouldn't take any credit for that, but it matters so much that we actually do it ourselves, and we actually mention this.
It matters that every person does a little bit. Look, for there's some of us to be out there in the streets, protesting. For some of you guys, just put a free Adrian Assange, thing in the, a little card in your front window for people that walk by. Like, every little thing you can do, if you can share it, you follow some people that are what's going on. This is a real good example. Like, if people, look back and see the first people that shared this was who you need to be, following. But everybody does their little part, and we can overwhelm the corporate gray out, blackout, whatever you want to call it, and really show them our support in a way that they can't deny. The media followed because they wanted to, but because they had to. And the people forced that to happen. Social media shares and people being interested, they can't stop it from trending. And that's exactly what's happening here.
Yeah, and then that makes them write some kind of smear article that puts another journalist on blast for being a piece of shit.
Yeah, so I want to mention real quick, Andrew, because you talked about Chelsea. She also needs to be mentioned in this, but there is a third person who also needs to be mentioned, and that's Ola Bini, who's also in jail right now.
Yeah, for 7
weeks.
Just
for being associated with Assange. Just for the mere association.
Yeah.
Is basically how that all started. It's alarming, and shame on Ecuador. I hope history is not going to be kind to Lenin Moreno, nor should it, but his actions anger me so much, because he offered Assange. Well, he didn't actually, it was the previous president, but he was still an asylee of that country, and they are bound to uphold his human rights, and they did not do that. But yeah,
and that's part of the legal fight too, because he had, from what I understand, and if I'm wrong, please correct me, but he had more than asylum. He was given Ecuadorian citizenship.
Yes, you're correct. He was.
And the way that they took him out of there legally, quote unquote, extra legally, but was removing his citizenship and his asylum status. So they did more than just give up an asylee. They gave up their own citizen essentially to a hostile foreign power that they know wants to kill him.
Yeah, and I mean, a known hostile foreign power. I mean, even the way that
go ahead.
What they're talking about here, how he's being charged, what they're charging him with. I mean, this is blatant, is what makes it so alarming to me. There's not even maybe I don't want to talk about him getting sick, but there's not even the attempt to make it, under the table. It's blatant, the attacks on him, on his person, on the media, on anybody that's associated with him. It's alarming, I don't think is the right word. The problem that we're looking at, this is an attack on our First Amendment rights.
Yeah, for sure. And I was reading up on CNN had a reporter go and visit.
I'm sorry to interrupt real quick, guys,
Yeah.
but I will be right back.
Okay. And I don't like using CNN as a referral for any news, but
Right.
they're one of the few that had come and visited Osa in Ecuador, and apparently they're charging him with a hacking campaign on Ecuador. And the judge is saying that they have definite proof that he has done what he has done, but apparently, according to Osa, he has not been charged with anything. He's been detained for 7 weeks just because of his affiliation with WikiLeaks.
And how long? I mean, every country is a little bit different. Do we know how long they can detain you without charges?
I don't know, but what I do know about South America, they adopt a form of law called Napoleonic law, where you're guilty until proven innocent. So I'm not sure exactly the ins and out, but that's kind of how it works down there.
So definitely not a good situation.
No, not good. No.
I mean, it's the important thing, and one of our guests had mentioned this in the beginning. This will go on as long as we allow it to go on. As a culture, as a people, as a planet, as long as we allow this to go on, and there's no repercussions, then it'll continue to go on. We have to unite and set our foot down against what's obvious tyranny. Is really what I'm trying to get at here. And, because the people that are taking a stand have put themselves in such, harm's way, we owe it to them to stand strong for them. Every time there's a court date, we need to be protesting. We need to be out there. We need to never let it go. Every time they post some bogus story, we need to respond with, a story about free Adrian Assange, about free Chelsea Manning or reality winner. Just not let it go.
No, exactly. And luckily we have Rob Lee covering most of it, and they allowed our show to use their streaming and stuff too. So whenever they will have a live stream for any court case or any protest at a court, we will stream it on ABB too. I mean, these guys are very worried about the situation too, and they're always on the ground taking action, and so are we. So and just real quick about Andrew's thing, that is the hashtag Action for Assange on Twitter. I saw it's already getting active there, and there's already people posting. So if you want to check it out and want to help with it, then it's Action for Assange.
I'm gonna post that as well. I will say, if people, if you are, doing memes and graphics and all of that stuff, try to embed the hashtag inside of the picture or the image that you're using. We did see that they like to censor it. So when you post, free Adrian Assange, free action for Assange, or action for Assange, and you just post it in your Twitter feed, sometimes when they really don't want something to be seen, they just, everybody that's posted that, you can't see that post. They censor that specific hashtag.
Actually, we found a way around that. If you want to get real creative, you can use a Zalgo text generator and put in some special characters in there that they can't filter out.
We've been just putting them in the actual graphics. So when you make whatever meme you want, it's in it, and then when people share that out, it gets around, and then once it gets to a certain point, you hit this critical mass inside of the media where it it goes. You can't see my quotation marks here, but where it goes viral and they can't shut it down, and we have to break that barrier each time.
Yeah, so what I've been doing, especially on Twitter, when hashtags get banned, it's kind of aggressive, but I usually start hijacking trending hashtags and start adding our own hashtag in, and start just putting the trending hashtags in, and we will be found on those. It is aggressive, and make sure not to do any copy pasting, because you will get shadow banned and stuff, but it actually works. If they ban our hashtag, we hijack the trending hashtags try to make it a bit related, but it's not really necessary.
Sometimes I try to make it related. Sometimes I go and I post it in places where it is absolutely positively inappropriate, and everybody, you know what I mean? Like, they have to look at it. And yeah, I guess, it is on purpose. I'm sorry that I hijacked your like meaningless post, but I did. So there it is. All of the likes and the shares and the whatever from all the people that are, that like the stupid post, but I still, you know what I mean? Like, you'll have 10,000 people on there, and how dare you post this in here? It has nothing to do with it. I know, but I'm talking about it. So it did its part, right?
I don't know if I actually do have some more news about Assange if you guys haven't heard about this. So regarding the rape case in Sweden, the Swedish judge says he doesn't really, like, in his own quotes, like, I'm not going to candy coat it. He says he doesn't give a shit if Assange is sick, and his arraignment hearing is on June 3rd for video court.
Right. Yeah, they're going to go through with it anyway.
Yep.
I saw that. Unfortunately, it's... Go ahead.
No, please.
I was just going to say that it's all, and again, it's all very unsurprising. The Sweden case is a complete fabrication, and evidence has been suppressed in this. Text messages between Assange and the women the next day shown. Evidence in his favor has been suppressed. But again, when he was accused years ago, Sweden had very much a history of willingness to work with the United States to extradite people to the U.S. So, of course, that was a lot of people were thinking that is the reason why Sweden wanted to question him. And he was never charged. And again, much of the media has misreported on that, saying that he was charged. Never charged, just accused.
Yeah,
and there has been small leaks that have came out with all of that case. I think it's extremely interesting in that with people that are in politics, that are in powerful positions, they dance around all sorts of ways from calling them a rapist, right? They got all sorts of words to call Roy Moore without calling him a rapist. All of these people,
their
every
legal
single
definition of rape, though, is very they're saying he did not wear a condom when they had sex, and they're calling that rape. But the lady said that she would willingly have sex with him again if she had the chance to. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's a little different legal definition. It is in Swedish law. It's actually considered rape in Swedish law, but it would never be considered rape in American law.
Well, when have you heard any of those news agencies even explain any of that? Because that's much different than, like I said, when it's the people, when it's all sorts of different. I could go down a long list of powerful, influential people that are fucking rapists. The tops of all of these different news organizations that have been caught, and entertainment agencies, they figure out 1,000 different words from calling them a rapist, right? But that one time where it's not a rape case at all, that's the only word that they can use.
This was two consensual adults that had got together one night, and what happened the next couple of days is there was the police, what's it called, where they intimidate a witness? They intimidated the lady to say stuff. And that's how this case started brought up. And I'm pretty sure the United States intelligence agencies were telling the Swedish police what to do.
Oh, yeah. And there's another thing about that. Julian Assange was never afraid to testify in that case. And he was actually making already appointments to talk with these people about this. And he was going to that. But the moment he left from where he was towards the UK to talk about it, one of the UK prosecutors immediately put out an arrest warrant for him. And they found out about this. And instead of going towards these meetings, Julian Assange actually went towards the embassy for safety. He was always willing to work with Sweden. And he's never said no to it. He was open to it. And actually, I saw an interview with his dad last night. And his dad explained it again. That he was going to go towards that to talk with them. But the second he left, they issued an arrest warrant, and he had to go to the embassy. So,
and his attorney, Jennifer Robinson, his attorney even said in an interview, I can't remember who she was speaking with, but she said that Swedish authorities went into the embassy and they formally questioned him. And upon questioning him, they were able to determine that there was no case. So they never charged him and they dropped the case. And then now that the United States has filed all these charges against him, now they want to reopen the case. So he was actually questioned.
Yeah, I mean, it's such an obvious attempt at slander, in a way that they never, and I just kind of find a news article where they call Bill Cosby a rapist.
Tons.
Right? No, they don't, though. They call it, the sexual assault, accused of this,
that's
accused
true,
of something.
yeah.
No, they don't. They figure out a million different adjectives that they can use. Roy Moore is another example, right? They will find a million different adjectives besides calling him a rapist. And then the one case, right, out of these that isn't a rape case, that is literally the only word that they can use. Not because it's true, but because they're trying to feed off of the effect. They looked at a board meeting, told them that the Me Too movement is popular, right? And they hit that as hard as they can to try to defend them because they're hoping or defame them to because they're seeing that it's popular, but it's completely untrue. And personally, I think it has the opposite effect.
Right. And they also want to make WikiLeaks as a whole look bad so that the people, the public, distrust the organization and doesn't want to support them or Assange.
It's definitely a slander, a slander attempt. I don't think that it's working. I don't think, and we can see from even this, the amount of people that shared this, like I said, like I think we've all said, the news media did not cover him being ill and not being able to testify or to be at this hearing. They didn't cover it at all. Right, it was the people sharing it, which shows a huge amount of support when you have such big entities.
Okay. Have fun, man. Okay, I'm back.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Excellent. It's definitely. I don't
what
think.
I miss. I apologize.
I think your average American, your average person. I think most people support what Julian has done. Why he's doing it. They do think that he's a good person doing it for the right things.
Terrence, you got to remember that 90% of Americans have a memory rate of about 90 minutes. So if, the next couple of days, they might not remember what had happened a few days before,
We do not forget.
We don't, but I'm saying the average American might.
That's why we have to help people remember.
Yeah.
There was such a, look, in the like it or not, in the elections, there was tons of information going around and the name was going around. I think most people know who Julian is, whether they like him or dislike him, they still know who he is. It's not like he's an unknown journalist pushing this out. So I think that does work to his benefit. It's not like a lot of things that they've been able to bury just by not mentioning it. We talked about Reality Winner earlier. That's a really good example.
Yeah, that ties into the Mueller report too.
Yeah,
and it's so hard to find information on it, which is the crazy part. Because unless you look really hard, you can't find anything aside from just smear article.
Her mom told me that her case is classified. So
yeah.
Oh yeah, and it's just when you go through these with any of them, it is just misinformation and blatant smear articles. I think it's important that you use that terminology, because when you read it, and if you know anything, like him or not like him, go and find out the truth, right? And if you know anything, when you reread it, it's just bogus.
Yeah, and with Reality Winner,
journalists can write that down.
With Reality Winner, they also try to put other kind of pressure on her. I mean, we had her mother in our show, and she was explaining that Reality Winner was being brought from prison to prison and never being kept in one place.
They did the same thing to somebody else on our show. It's called it's a term they use. It's psychological torture. I forget what it's called, but they do it.
Dieseling.
Dieseling. There you go.
Welcome, Alamo.
Perfect timing. See, we were missing a piece to the puzzle.
Oh, go ahead, John.
No, about that Reality Winner. That was an example. But I also want to say something real quick, and that is that the fact that they are calling him a rapist or sexual abuser. We've seen that before too. we saw it in the Matt the Hard case, who was one of us who is arrested too, and he was tortured by the FBI for having certain files they didn't want out, and he was also arrested and tortured on the narrative of being like some child porn involved guy. And then there was the creator of Tor, the creator of the Tor system, Jacob Applebaum. He was also called a sexual abuser.
Yes, I remember that.
They kept saying he was a sexual abuser, and there was no proof at all. But he kept being banned everywhere. He was kicked out of his group, Cult of the Dead Cow. He was kicked out of it.
Dude, COD killed him.
So,
kicked him out. Jesus.
With the rape charges, I think it's a double-edged sword, honestly. And this is going to sound weird, and if this ever gets used out of context, it'll be terrible. But the way that rape allegations have been spun to be weaponized or have been weaponized, I don't know how to use that without sounding like an asshole, so I'll just say it like that. People get it. Like, after the whole Brett Kavanaugh thing, whatever you believe, I'm keeping my opinion out of it and just saying it objectively. But after that whole situation, when someone brings a rape charge against a high-level person, it really doesn't mean anything anymore. Like, for as terrible and horrible as that fucking sounds to say, and it's coming out of my mouth, on a large-scale stage, people see that and they're like, oh, they're using that to assassinate that person. Like, they're trying to remove that person through character assassination because they can't beat him any other way. And
I think it would be pointless to ignore the fact that they are using this as a character assassination.
No, I think it would be pointless to ignore it, but I'm just saying on that side of it, there is a group of people that will look at that and say, well, no, they're just trying to assassinate this person's character, is what I mean by that. Not that we should ignore it, but that there's still those people out there.
I mean, it's going to happen to people that deserve it and people that don't deserve it. I think that the powers that be in certain cases will use any dirty tactic they possibly can. Someone. I think that's relatively well known. Getting like bogged down in what these guys will do anything.
Right.
Anything. Talking about billions of dollars. We're talking about military contracts. We're talking about murders, illegal wars for profit, right? These guys will do anything.
And right, if I can kind of pivot that back to Action for Assange, that's kind of the theory I have behind it. Because on the internet, they have every tool in the book to censor us. They can shadow ban us. They can only show our shit to a limited number of people, what have you. But on the street, the only way to ban you is by using their legal monopoly on force and putting you in jail, or literally having someone follow you around and rip the posters that you're legally allowed to put up down behind you. So it kind of puts them in this catch-22 situation where, yeah, they can spend extra money to have someone in a union have to go around and stare at these posters as they're taking them down, or use force to stop you from putting them up in the first place, which would be something that they would...
Which I don't think that it necessarily works. You know, if you look throughout history,
right,
the people that they've
and that's what I'm saying.
Come down on it has the opposite effect most of the time.
Right, and that's why going out and doing just simple shit like putting out posters, putting flyers inside of little libraries. Like if you look up, her name's Carmen Steffiego. She made an awesome flyer that I literally just print and drop in a little library. Like they're just awesome little tools that the only way to stop you from doing them is the most extreme power the state has, because everything else you're literally allowed to do it. So it's something that
if they use that extreme power, they turn the person into a martyr, which is the opposite.
Exactly. And then it's
happening, which we don't want to happen is the deal. Like we can
No, I know. But as dark and terrible as it sounds, like it's the end of V for Vendetta. Like, it's the thing that people realize, like, we're not going to fucking take this anymore. And it's how the civil rights movement, like, they were literally videotaping people on the streets sitting there nonviolently, just getting fucking brutalized by dogs and fire hoses and beaten and shot. And that's, like, as scary as it is to say, like, it costs bodies, it costs lives to fight for these things. Like, we have a 40-hour work week because people fucking died for it. And like, that's the shit that no one understands. And that's
You're
like,
not
that's what
chained to
Julian and
something
Chelsea are
because
literally
people
doing right
strong.
now, is
But there
dying
are-
for these things.
Right, but there are a lot of people that just simply, like, while there is an overwhelming amount of support, there are still a lot of people who are, number one, miseducated on this. They know nothing, and it's hearing their thoughts on the case and what little knowledge they have is amazing. So I actually am concerned about that, is the fact that people are uneducated on this. So I think that if you could take your idea with the action for Assange and also use that to like educate people, not only make them aware, but like educate them about the truth, again, because we've been talking about how much misinformation is out there, and people don't understand how high the stakes are here. We are charging the Western world is charging a journalist, not even an American, a foreign journalist, with espionage. That is an unprecedented thing. And the stakes are so high, and people are not realizing that, and they don't care because it doesn't affect them. So there has to be some way to kind of make people understand that there is a lot at stake here. And with this case, I mean, this would fundamentally change U.S. government and all the principles. Yes, and it's fundamentally against all the principles that this country was founded on. So again, to go back to the media, because that's kind of my area, again, I noticed not only did they not cover and purposefully choose to not cover his being very sick, but when he was charged, I remember I thought to myself, I'm going to look through all of these I'm going to look at all the different channels of the major news organizations. None of them were covering it. None of them. And with something where the stakes are so high, it's surprising. So I think that I am worried that people don't know.
Like with the health article, it started originally finding a Swedish article, I believe. And then a statement was found in some other like European country. And then it got circulated and talked about a little bit. The World Socialist website ran a story off of those two stories. And then 12 hours later, WikiLeaks confirmed that it was true. So it's one of those, like, it's important to find that information, but we also can't let them feed us disinformation that way either. Like,
exactly. I remember when that story,
which
when that story
is part of
broke.
their game. I mean, look for these news.
Julian talks about.
Didn't mention him.
Are you cutting off a bit?
Yeah, sorry, that's me.
Oh, we lost him.
Hello?
Terrence?
Yeah, I think we lost him.
Yeah, Andrew, you just.
Wow, but these are the things that we deal with. Whether it's on purpose, I mean, there's all sorts of reasons why we lose connections, but that is interesting happenstance, I guess. You know, the organizations that deliberately didn't cover his news, or his events of what's going on with WikiLeaks, of what's going on with this story, the organizations that specifically did not mention it, right? Look for them to push misinformation. You know, they've already proved themselves of playing, being part of the problem. So, I mean, you have to, from their posts, when you read something, there's a reason why they didn't post it. Now they're trying to smear the guy, obviously.
And shame on The Guardian, because they worked closely with WikiLeaks, along with the New York Times. I mean, they worked closely with him, and they published a lot of the work that WikiLeaks published. So if this case was about fairness and justice, I wouldn't want to see, charges against these other organizations, but that would be fair, right? Again, I'm not advocating that. I don't think that should happen. What I'm saying is that
they gain more power over dissident media.
Yeah, they are targeting a specific, right.
Because those reporters that covered it are the same as Assange. So if a Guardian journalist back 10 years ago wrote an article sourcing WikiLeaks, that dude that wrote that article is just as guilty as whatever Assange gets charged with. So it allows these globalist forces essentially to say, hey, we can put you in jail, or you can just write good articles for us, or you're done.
Exactly. And they want to terrify people so much to the extent that they are fearful to even write anything related to national security. I remember seeing a tweet circulate that this was the end to national security journalism. And it is. Because, yeah, they want people to be afraid. They want to make an example of him. And it's such this is the 21st century. This is something you would expect from a communist regime a long time ago.
I don't even know then, if you look at even like American politics, and the things that have went on with Deep Throat, things that have went on in American politics, plenty of the leaks and stuff that have went on that we now take so much pride out of their, sacrifice and their journalistic integrity. I think that even if you went back to the 50s and looked at journalism, that you didn't have this kind of, draconian blowback on
I would
murder.
I would actually argue
the bad
differently.
stuff.
You can look all the way back to like Abraham Lincoln and even before him, of administrations prosecuting journalists, congressmen for speaking out against them. What I think we're experiencing right now, like this part of the time-space continuum that we're moving through, is literally the majority of people just realizing how the world has always been.
Yeah.
Because nothing's really different. Like, and I hate to say it this way, but like they've fucking killed people in jail like this before. Like, this isn't even the first time that something like this has been witnessed.
Of course.
Like, this is just another thing that they're doing because it's all they know how to do. And that's why it's up to people like us to stop this before there is no more ability to stop it.
We literally still have the chance to speak out.
Like we have the ability to assemble, like we have the ability to go out and still do these things, but we're not using them. And that's why this free press thing has become such a hard pass, is because that's something we use. But you don't hear as much outrage circulating about, like, for example, Ohio Bill 33. It's a bill that's literally going to criminalize all protest against environmental issues, where they're essentially saying you're impeding the company's ability to make profit from this and get it done sooner, so you're not allowed to protest it. And that's something that, as a community, most people don't get involved with. Most people aren't out there actively protesting, aren't out there actively using their voice off of the internet. And that's why it's so important to get that started again. Because even if you just go to some stupid little group, like I got a call on my way home from work today from a really small workers organization group down in Columbus. And what they do is literally just try to help people keep their water and electricity on. So that way these low-paid workers can have to worry about one less bill. And I'm going to go down there on Saturday, and I'm going to go out and I'm going to bust ass with them doing their project on their mission and talk about the things that I believe, like freeing Julian. And then at the end of the day, I'm going to say, hey, do you guys want to get together after this and make some posters? Like, do you want to make some Free Assange posters with me? So it's that intersection that you can create between crossing between issues, even if it's not really something you care about. But the biggest thing right now is women's rights issues, because the internet and women's rights are both fundamentally built upon the Fourth Amendment, upon your ability to have privacy. So that's one of those things that, I think it's the Fourth Amendment. I hope I don't sound really stupid, but that's one of those things that you can work with that group and promote the same idea, but through a different angle. And you can learn about that person's perspective and how they view the world and what privacy means to them, and then how you can apply that to your view of privacy as well, being on the internet and having your car searched and shit like that, also being equal to having your body rights taken away from you. So it's this ability to find common ground through activism and literally just make friends that'll do cool shit with you, like hang up posters.
Well, it's funny you speak about that, about privacy rights on the internet. Gradually, we are losing that, not here stateside, but internationally, we are losing that battle. John can speak a little bit about that.
Well, here in Europe, we are losing a lot with that. We have the new upload filter for the anti-copyright law, where they will have literally
terrorist
screen.
filter?
Yeah, that's the Tarek filter. They literally will have like an upload filter, like an automated blocking system. It will like detect what kind of content is uploaded.
Didn't they fucking cheat to get that passed?
Yep,
they did.
Didn't they move the position in the voting rank and then say sorry, fuck off, it passed?
basically.
Okay, well, let me just. They used several methods to destroy like the democratic process about that. Like they changed the article numbers to confuse certain media. For people to search about it, they would not find the right information. They called every one of us. We were protesting against it, so they were calling every one of us bots, like dehumanization and like typical propaganda. And they were saying some of us were paid by Google to protest against it.
And they shadow banned you for 3 weeks.
And they shadow banned me for 3 weeks, and my shadow ban was lifted the day the copyright directive was accepted. And another thing is they intimidated, and they even admitted it, they intimidated politicians who were on our side and saying like, if you vote against this whole thing, we're going to give you bad publicity the next elections. All the big media were saying this to them. And they admitted this too.
To the anti-democratic point, the thing that makes me so mad about the Green Party of England is that they're anti-Brexit. And like there's an infinite number of reasons that the European Union just needs to be destroyed. But any group that actually wants a democratic movement has to get rid of the EU. It's literally like a fucking oil and gas cartel.
Oh yeah, it's the
that
NWO.
was able to form a government.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And so like that's the thing that pisses me off is like every fucking country should want to get out of the EU and be sovereign. Like whatever sovereign means to that fucking country. But like that's the thing that like over there I don't understand is Green Party members and stuff like that just being like, no, we want to stay in this anti-democratic process, but elect us into office.
Well, outside of their opinion about it, there was actually like a national referendum about this, and the English people chose to be to go. They chose their Brexit.
Dude,
so the best thing.
I can't wait till the fucking yellow vest movement hits England, because this is the shit they pulled in France to get them into the EU. Is they held like 4 referendums until everyone just said fuck it and voted yes.
Yeah. That is similar. They did the similar things in my country, in the Netherlands too. So, yeah. Then we voted against countries in Euro. So, real quick, we voted against the Euro. They introduced the Euro. We voted against the European Constitution. They introduced the European Constitution on us in a different name. They called it like the Treaty of Lisbon. But it was the same thing. Only the flag was missing and the European anthem. For the rest, everything was the same. So they kept doing this. They always do this. Like even if we vote against this with this whole national referendums and everyone is actually against it, they still introduce it. So yeah.
You know what? Also,
fucking we'll do it anyway.
At what point is that great? Like at what point do the people of your country of England just literally say like, we're not fucking paying tax on this tea we don't want? Like when does that happen again? Because like this letter from Julian literally just got me thinking about like different points in history. And the last time there was a major global change in the position of actual people was
Magna Carta.
when a dude got pissed and smacked a fucking letter on a church door. Like that's like, I know that's not the only thing that started it, but yeah, like it was literally one letter that got remembered throughout all of history. And like, that's the shit that it could be one tweet. There could be one tweet that goes out that starts everything.
Well, it's like the yellow vest.
Chances are it will be. It'll seem, it's not that those things happen. It wasn't just the one piece being, it wasn't just Martin Luther, nailing it to the wall. That happened. It was already boiling over. This was happening.
Right.
It's that straw that breaks the camel's back.
But
we are getting to that.
And this is wholly just a personal thing, and this is just my opinion. But when that straw breaks, or when that camel breaks from that fucking straw, it cannot turn to violence. Like at the end of the day, we lose immediately if we have to fight a violent revolution. Like it has to be the craziest peaceful assembly ever. Like it has to be.
We just have to wake. We just have to wake up and quit playing ball. Like that's it. Like we
Terrence,
just have to
like
exactly.
like what I was saying before the show is that gradually we're losing the trickle down. Information on the internet really is region locked now, and it's getting so bad to the point where you literally need a VPN to go see news in a different country. So, we literally like on our end, we need to start building infrastructure to get around that.
And there's a lot of good websites out there that already do shit like that.
Well, you know what I'm saying about
social media platforms.
What I was actually getting to is there are several projects that are out right now. There's Tim Berners-Lee is building another project called Solid, which is something that we might be looking towards the future. But suppression of information on what we call the normal internet, which I call the clear net, is being suppressed mainly because large amounts of domain and domain structures are owned by these bigwig corporations that are affiliated with I hate to say this, but they really are part of the globalist agenda. And I don't want to throw any like InfoWars shit out there, but it's literally starting to get that way. And you can't have a domain that has content. Yeah, exactly. You can't have a domain that has any content that they don't want to be affiliated with. And so if you want to start doing these things, you need to literally drop like $50,000 to start getting from the server up to your own ISP. So
it costs. I mean, to hold on to information. So I mean, when you look at the amount of videos and content that people put up, it is such a huge undertaking to store that kind of information.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not 50,000. Yeah. Right. To run global, to run a global server network, it's just not. It costs a lot.
Well, that's not realistic. That's like telling somebody in the 1800s that you needed to go make your own railroad, or that's
basically what they're telling us to do. And we do have loopholes. As far as us on the back end, we do know some loopholes, but the average user is not well educated to get around these loopholes.
We have to have. I mean, we have perfectly good internet. The internet part is fine. Like that's part of the problem.
Terrence, we already have region locking for news. Like you can't. If I want to see news in Australia, I have to get a VPN that goes to Australia. I know how to do it. You know how to do it, but the average user.
No, I'm talking about like actually. Look, we can. There's guys, that's part of it. Yeah, fair enough. But I mean, we really can change the course of human history. We don't have to just because the internet is locked at this moment, say that's it. We got to build a new one. We can unelect these assholes, right? We can quit paying these CEOs in giant corporations huge amounts of money to fuck us over and take back the planet that we live on, right? This isn't rocket science.
That's true.
Like at some point, you can say fuck them. It's not that that you can't, go out in your suit and want to charge, Julian Assange with high crimes, right? Fair enough. You can't find anybody that's going to arrest him. You can't find anybody that's going to go to his house. That's what you fucking say, right? We have to get to that point.
And the crazy part is we already have it. Like, we literally could just say, fuck those people. Like, citizens, arrest them. Like, they are obviously guilty of fucking war crimes. Like, we could walk up to them, put them, it's not gonna be that easy, put them in handcuffs and fucking walk them to a county jail and say, hey, this guy killed a minimum 200,000 people in Iraq with the decisions that he made and lying to us. It should be that easy. Like, on paper, it's that fucking simple.
Right, but they have power.
Right, and that's where the problem comes in.
Exactly.
Power that they have the best power that money can buy, and I'm not sure that in the age of and the change from real media to social media, that's always going to be the case. What are they going to do when they find a leader that says, I don't want to be part of any of this, I want to be elected just by social media?
And we're starting to see that. There was one candidate that was running that literally wanted to run a campaign just solely on social media. And we've seen a lot of politicians too come out and say that they don't want to receive any campaign contributions from large corporations. We're starting to see that. We're moving in that direction, but we could do more.
It's
I
actually
think like step one,
the
as soon as we
statistic.
get those people into power, or at least start make laws that go forever. Forever. Eternity. They wrote into their tax bill. You can never use corporately. Here's you're breaking it in. We need to start making the rules for the people.
Terrence, you're breaking up pretty bad.
Yeah. I was hoping it would clear up.
I don't think it's on my end.
Well,
No, it's not.
No, 'cause
all I would add is,
Okay,
there's someone who, we're talking about non-aggression, which I don't agree with. You're going to have to step it up like yellow vest and then some, if you're going to try to go down that route. But what are you got to be realistic about. The government's just not going to do all these things that you want. You're going to have to take it
Right.
from them.
Yeah, quite literally.
I mean, take it, or like they were saying, just stop doing it, stop participating. Like an employer can literally turn the income tax off and say, no, we're not paying the federal government anymore. And then we're just left with a situation where we have to create that system, or we have to become that system, or we just seize their system that's there, where we can forcibly run for office. Like literally anyone can pick up a petition and run for office. And that would be, at this stage, a way of doing it. Like, I'm not saying that a violent revolution will never happen, but I'm saying that if we cross that path, it's over. Like that's where it stops.
Look,
like,
our enemies know violence, right? They know violence more than anything else. The key is use violence to our. Just get all the way. Are you kidding
Suspense.
me?
Right.
All right. Can you guys hear me?
You have so many drop packets. It's like
You were just getting to your point, and then it cut out. It was disappointing.
Oh, then it cut out. Of course it did. Right.
But I guess for historical reference, in the old days, like previous revolutions and even current ones, like I'm not putting this aside at all. It was violence, right? But in revolutions in America, we've had one violent revolution within ourselves. We had one where we broke from British power, but since then they've all been peace movements. Since then, the power was at least pushed back enough, literally just by people saying, you can use your force, we'll use our bodies. Because at the end of the day, if you're willing to use force, it means you're willing to die. And if you're willing to die, do it in a way that's not going to demonize the entire movement. Do it in a way that you can stand there and say, I believe in this so much that I don't want to kill you for it because that's a principle that I'm against. It's about, to me, building a world that starts with what you believe in, not justifying the means to get to the end, because that's them, that's their game, that's their power is, well, what I want is the ends and I'll do anything to get there. What we want is the ends, but we should only be willing to take.
Our opponents on violence more than anything else. Our goal is to use their violence against them. One unarmed person with their arms up, right? That picture will change millions of minds. It showed up with 5 people really, big on the news for a couple of weeks and then disappears. But more people have stood up and fought because of that one picture of a man standing unarmed in Tiananmen Square in front of tanks, right? Then thousands of people tried armed revolution.
Exactly.
Armed person, the one picture of an unarmed person being pepper sprayed, the police brutality videos that you see, that have gotten people standing up now, they're exposing another person's violence. Violence is being used. You are using violence as a weapon. You're allowing your opponent to wear themselves out on the road.
Yep. But even if you try to be nonviolent, let's say you're a yellow vest and you're trying to do it that way, look what happens. You still getting all kinds of 1,000 people hurt, eyeballs popped out, arms blown out. I mean, even if you try that angle, it still turns violent.
Right. The question I have before I say something really stupid, I hear a lot of reports that the Yellow Vest movement happens mostly on the weekends. Is
every
that
Saturday,
true?
Every Saturday, yeah, they meet every Saturday.
Why don't they shut down? Why don't they instead of meeting every Saturday, meet every day and stop going to work and stop paying taxes and stop participating? Why isn't that the yellow vest movement? But aren't the risks higher in not doing it? Like, that's the way I look at the world.
That way. No, I agree with you. We would see it that way, but the majority of people would not, and that's a big problem. Okay. They have to care enough. That's what I was talking about earlier too. Like, they have to care enough to want to do something about it. But right, it's going to take something drastic for sure. It's just with these violent protests and things, we do get activist fatigue. You know, when you go and you do it every single day, when you're doing it 24/7, you've got a constant flow of new people, and the people last week come back with all sorts of stories about how they fucked with the police and stood up to the man and all of that, and then next week it's a whole new group of people that are going out there and standing. It keeps our numbers up and costs them billions of dollars every single Saturday.
Yeah, well, what if it was on a Tuesday and a Saturday, or Wednesday and Saturday? Like, not every day.
I can answer something about it, because you would have the idea that they're not actually shutting anything down on a Saturday, but you have to remember this is the heart of Paris, and in Paris there is a lot of shopping, a lot of commerce on a Saturday too. There is normally a lot of tourists there. They go shopping in all these streets, but that's completely shut down. All the stores had to close. They had put wooden stuff in front of their buildings. They had to close all their stores down. So they are actually shutting stuff down. Yeah. But
okay, I never really thought about it like that, I guess.
Yeah, it's not really like a tourist city, so it is on a Saturday. It's actually very busy.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, and then when you're getting the shadow banned and censored, you can't organize, so you can't get that size event even together without them shutting you down.
Well, I mean, some of it, there is a reason why the Yellow Vest protest is so popular, is so, works so well in Paris, is the French know how to fucking protest.
Yeah, they do.
There was protesting. They are good at it.
They're not bitches like Americans. Americans will just wait until they're so fucking angry that we have to kill each other for 4 years and then shake hands.
See, they've got a steady boil, right? They've been doing this for a while.
Like, I don't mean to word it this way, but the French have a feminine energy when it comes to protests. It's very in your face. It's there. It's not hidden. America is we'll literally that masculine, just build up, explode.
Well, this motherfucker to the ground. And then everybody does seem wow, that came out of nowhere. No, it's already been here. It just took us that long to get pissed off.
Right. We were just waiting for something to happen that we could all give a shit about at the same time.
There is a moment when in America you do, that's it. I've had enough. Yeah. That was the one fucking thing. You done did.
In America, it's a little difficult.
Out of the embassy, I literally dropped my life and drove to Washington, D.C. I was like, well, I guess this is what it is. I got to go meet him. And then I got there at 10 o'clock and the protest had stopped at 9 when it got dark. And I was very disappointed. It was when we were outside of the embassy initially.
One difficulty in the U.S. with mobilizing, that's that you have all these different big cities. And in France, you have the big city of Paris, and you have the geography actually also helps. I mean, I live in the Netherlands, right? It's some distance away, but it takes me 3 hours to get from here, where I am now, to Paris.
Mm-hmm. So that's why it's so important for people just to do shit at home. Literally walk outside your house, staple a poster to the nearest telephone pole that says "Free Assange." That's keep it up there. If someone takes it down, put it back up. If that's the very least you're willing to do, at least do that. If you're someone who's willing to walk down the sidewalk on a busy street and staple posters on a telephone pole and take a picture and throw the hashtag online, do that. If you're someone who's willing to put flyers, do it. It's just a matter of we have to tell people, do something.
Go out to the beach for that weekend, write it in the sand and take a picture of you hanging out on the beach in the sand. Literally put it everywhere.
You just need strong crews, especially in the US, you need strong crews in every big city to organize this. We need a lot of grassroots support for this.
Fucking PewDiePie can get a bajillion people around the world to have him beat a multi-billion-dollar media corporation that can buy likes and he gets them organically. If that dude fighting for absolutely nothing can get all those people, what is stopping us? What do we have to say, and through what venue do we have to say it through to do that? That's the moment. That's the puzzle.
It's a problem.
It's a long game. I wish if we could, we struggle with it. I think anybody in activism tries to, struggles
Yeah.
that. What
Fighting for absolutely
murdering
nothing.
each other, right? What you think it'd be so simple, like how can just quit murdering each other for profit? How hard is that, right? These assholes are lying to you. This shit, but it is so difficult to convey that to the masses and not get distracted on each and every person's ego and unrelated belief systems. Right. So, we'll argue about all sorts of unrelated stuff, but never come together and say, hey, we should stop murdering people for profit. Not going to do that anymore. Right. Yeah. That is extremely difficult, in that people will immediately start arguing about all sorts of other stuff that has nothing to do with that. Everybody should argue about other shit unrelated.
Like, there's a little skinny white bitch. Like, I fucking love her. I don't mean to call her a bitch, but it's just like, to give you that image, like a little skinny white girl, right, who will walk up on stage during a federal press conference and say, we killed 200,000 people in Iraq. We can't go to war in Iran. We started the war in Iraq on a lie. And is literally this little girl that they're dragging out. Like, I'll share the video. I found it on Jimmy Dore, but it's the woman from Code Pink. I can't remember her name. And like, I see her and I'm like,
they do great work. But look, it's gonna take, we need the balance, right?
But the problem is there's not enough of them.
Through her.
Right, but like, we should all be Code Pink. Like, that should be something that the internet says, hey, Code Pink, this is an issue. And then people can go out and talk about it in their communities, flyer about it, poster about it in their communities. Because tweeting about it doesn't work. When we tweet about it, we talk to each other. We all live in echo chambers. Even if you try not to, it's an echo chamber.
Right.
So we have to break that.
Like, to reach out.
People waged a world war without the internet. Like, we can do this. It's just a matter of, we can't use the internet as our primary tool. Our internet has to be just there. Like, hey, we'll hop on Twitter and find some news, or the people that are using it, we support them because they're journalists and things like that. But that can't be the primary tool for the general community that feels this angst and anger and wants to do something but can't. For them, it has to be, make a poster so your neighbors see it, go talk to someone, put flyers up, get involved in an activist group, and then make these connections. Because there's tons of groups out there protesting, but the problem is, we don't hear about it because it's never covered. But you can literally hop on your phone, search for a protest within 5 miles or within 50 miles and drive there. And it'll be happening, and you can network with those people. Like, not for, like, I don't know if everyone here or has probably protested, but just in general, promoting that idea of activism. Like, that's,
Yeah, so you don't have to use like social media, whatever, to organize, but you can use it to advertise, and you can actually you drag people to protest locations, you make them aware of it, but you can organize outside of it. You have all kinds of systems like Telegram, for example, where a lot of groups exist, and you have other things, Riot.im. There are many systems that can be used by using your phone, for example. There are encrypted solutions, safe solutions, but street protests are legal, so you should not be afraid to actually use that right you have to protest. Just like really important details you can keep secret and discuss in a secure way. But you can mobilize outside of social media, whatever.
Can I ask a weird question that I hope someone would know the answer to? Has anyone used DDoS as a legal form of protest? Like, went
only in Germany,
or filed filed the permit, got all that legal shit to say, hey, we're going to be occupying the city during this time period, because they can't say no to that. And then just put the amount of people that are going to show up 0, and then just take a city offline and be like, hey, we told you, like, we were going to protest, we occupied your digital space. Like,
yeah, that's a good point you made, because there was actually in my country a political party, D66 Democrats. They said we have to make DDoS attacks legal by law because they are not creating permanent damage. They are a form of a protest, and they are just blocking an access road temporarily. It's just like blocking a road to like a big building, and it's actually the same thing. So we have to make it legal by law, in that it is always a protest.
It should be classified
right
as
now,
protesting
right
and
now
like
they
the American
do treat
Second
it-
Amendment.
Right now, they do treat it as cyberterrorism. So, I mean, that's the kind of, a DDoS attack, that's 10, 20, 30 years.
It'll
in-
still
in
get you
prison.
3 to
Well,
5 years. in
They
prison.
consider it cyber terrorism depending on who you're doing it for, what your motivations are, and who you're hitting. Because you can legally do it, and it's called stress testing. It's the same thing. Like, it's not anything different than a DDoS. So that's why I'm thinking you can file a permit with a city saying, hey, we're going to protest, and then just geo-target, blanket hit the area, like geo-target the IP addresses, blanket hit the area, and then say that was our protest. Like, that is what we are doing.
Yeah, so in the past, it also depends on how you are doing a DDoS attack. Like, if you are like a bot herder and you have like 100,000 of hacked computers, you're obviously also responsible for hacking all these computers, right? It's like illegal.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, that's
but
fair,
we
but-
did have like a plan in the past too to use. It was probably a form of legal protest and of legal DDoS, and that is just asking all the street protesters in a city, and we would ask them to all go to a location of like a public Wi-Fi and use their phone to do a stress test from all the public Wi-Fi's in the city towards one location. And then it would not be a hacked thing because it would be public. We would be connected to a public location, and it would use like the stress test from all these public locations. That was like an idea we had in the past. Never really went through with it, but I'm thinking that would be more possible to do.
But don't you think we need to take back the internet? Not that we ever necessarily had it, but there's clearly problems with shadow banning and censorship. There has to be some sort of initiative within the movement to maybe take it back.
Well,
it's 100%
Again,
belongs
we need
to the people.
Yeah.
If you go back to Tim Berners-Lee, Tim Berners-Lee created HTTP and the World Wide Web to interconnect people. So it was designed for us. It's ours, but we have let the corporations take it from us.
Yeah, I mean, look, we really, I completely agree with the guests. Like, we really do need to take these systems back. Like, it's not, I'm not down with the scorched earth policy when it's fine. Like, the system works fine. It's the people that are driving that suck.
Yeah. I mean, in a way, I agree.
You look at,
Agree to disagree. Yeah.
That we've
Like,
lost.
it's
All of those laws can be written. We can write laws that benefit the people.
so one big thing about social media censorship before we get too far off of it, the way I just personally think they should be regulated is not on an individual basis. The only way to regulate them would be in an internet bill of rights. Because if you do it on an individual basis, you say, hey, Facebook, you're allowed to do these things. Hey, Twitter, you're allowed to do these things, or you have to operate in this way. You create them as things that can't really go away because of the way that they get built into law and just all of these things that they're kind of built on top of. With the elimination of net neutrality, it literally lets them become a cable TV station on the internet.
Well, I mean,
So
I think
that's-
some of it, we look at Facebook and Twitter and all of these things as somehow being permanent, and they're no more permanent than MySpace. So, I mean,
Right.
when it does,
But
with
But if they get regulated in such a way and we lose net neutrality, because we lost it, but lose it hard enough that they can turn Facebook into a channel on the internet that you can buy, which is what they're trying to do.
I think
The
that's what
majority
they're
of the
doing.
Like, Facebook announced fucking global coin. Like, they're not even like, they're literally like laughing at us. Like, they're making their own.
I was laughing at them
cryptocurrency.
when they said that because global coin was already registered under another cryptocurrency about a year before.
Well, they'll just rip them off. They don't have any problem ripping people off.
Yeah, they don't care.
Yeah.
But
And
like
when it comes to Facebook, they've had such a great record so far, information and being able to handle this. I mean, I think they would be perfect to run a global currency. They match our current global currency system.
But like they need to just be blown to pieces and broken apart as hard as possibly can be. They need to be antitrusted into the ground.
I think that they
Zuckerberg needs
will.
to be like,
Not monopoly
so
and antitrust
it-
laws, but they don't enforce anything. It's all
right, no,
nonsense.
but the thing to be careful of is the antitrust laws that were done against the railroads and the steel corporations back in the day were the things that solidified their power because the government paid them out. They were basically bailed out like they did in 2008. So that's one of those things that you have to be careful of is when something like that happens, that CEO has to get fucked 11 ways to Sunday financially. Because if not, he's going to get billions of dollars as he walks away from there fucking smiling.
I mean,
Because
it's not,
that just
these
gives
guys
him
aren't,
more power.
but again, it has to do with unity. These guys aren't Scrooge McDuck. These are ones and zeros inside of banks. We can, the people rise up. We can literally be like, nah, sorry, man, we're using that for something else. Sorry, Betsy Tabas, you can't buy your 11th vote. We've taken that and using it for the people. There's comes a point where you really can break these people up. When you have money that they've literally built and stole off the backs of the citizens.
Right. But the thing to be careful with there, not that we shouldn't do that, is where do you stop? Like, how much is someone worth before you take their money from them? Like in that manner, like not in taxation, but just in.
You go after the top
you
guy
get into
first.
the thing. Yeah, when you get up to a certain point in certain industries, nothing that they have is really worth it. Like the CEOs of Monsanto that are making millions and millions and millions of dollars. Not a dime of that. Is there? None at all. Right. So I mean, and I can name off
like,
not deserve a dime, not a single dime. Shit, if I had my way, we're gonna launch him into the sun. I'm just saying you need to give it back to the people, right? The other guys wanted to fucking eat you.
Mm-hmm. And that's what this fucking bullshit circus is of like, we're going to give up half of our money before we die or when we die. Okay, you're going to give up half of $129 billion. Like,
and I will
you can still rebuild every country.
Those are rules for the slaves, not for the people that actually have money.
No. It's some like bullshit pledge that a bunch of billionaires are taking. Like Bill Gates took it, Elon Musk took it.
Yeah, they all do that. It's too late.
Yeah.
But Bezos, she's given up like 30 billion, quite a chunk of change.
Yeah, but she still has another 30 billion in the bank. Like, you can't spend 30 billion in a lifetime.
But to be honest, with no matter, the money that they push around back and forth to nonprofits, it's not like any of that ever gets to the people. If you take Africa, you take the inner city, they've spent billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars and not helped a single person.
Right. Look at fucking Haiti. Like look at the Clinton Foundation in Haiti. Like,
the rapper, right? He was going through the nonprofits and then eventually was just like, wait a minute, how much would it cost for me to just give everybody solar power? Right? Figured out the numbers and gave everyone. It was cheaper than going through any of these nonprofits that are never going to do anything.
Right. And that's the gross part too, is that it literally like it can't just happen because it should happen because we have the resources as a collective. It has to happen because some rich dude's like, well, okay, I'll do this instead. Like, not that it's a bad thing that he did it, but just that we as a people don't have the ability to control how our money is used in a scale that we can say, hey, we'll pay a little bit of money to give these people full solar.
I mean, it's some of it is that like we are at an endless line of scams, right? So I mean, there's never been anybody that you could really trust to do it. If every single person that gave a speech about veterans homelessness, right, put their money and actually, took the money, could have ended veterans homelessness, right? And you can name any of the issues that are plaguing us, right? If any of all of the people that went and gave huge speeches about it and are the other things, right, all pooled their whatever that they got from it, they'd literally be able to fix that problem. And no one's ever done it. No one's ever said, hey, I've got to go, right? Everybody puts in $10, we end veterans homelessness. Finished. Fucking just quit fucking around with it, right? And you could name children's hunger. You could name it, and just nobody does it.
Right, because
this is why the fuck I hate politics.
Their interest is in us.
That's right.
Their interest is just not us; it's in them. Yeah. So another thing I wanted to bring it back to with the internet is that how do we? Because again, I'm not from this a tech background, but how do you get the corporations and the government? How do you get their control over the internet? How do you take that from them, their control over the internet? Because I think it's just going to grow if we just let it happen.
It's about who
some-
controls
we
the
do have
access
the-
points. Like at the end of the day.
We do have, these are the things that we do expect to elect our government officials to act on our behalf, our best interest, and not on the behalf of corporations. So, I mean, some of it is we have really valued the greed is good, guy in a suit, you know what I mean? Fancy car, gold plated,
Right.
whatever.
And when they get
Really
money
value
from
that.
when they get money from the corporations too, that doesn't help much at all. So I think you were bringing up that
Even
point
that, we
earlier.
really, even that, we thought that made you a good person. If some senator had a fucking yacht, right, and all these mansions, we thought that made him a good person. And I think a lot of people are waking up to the fact that we need leaders that are by the people.
Yeah.
Things
And another
made
big
you
thing, they don't actually
individual.
have any benefit to solving an issue. Like all these people that run on all these fucking grandiose ideas, if they solve the problem, what the fuck are they going to run on? Like
Yeah, you have
for
some of the things-
historical
Right.
precedent, look at Gandhi. Like he did amazing shit, but at the end of the day, once the shit he wanted to accomplish literally was accomplished, everyone was like, yeah, fuck you. Like we're going to go do something else. Like we're going to war with each other.
later.
So it's
I agree that in a lot of times, like if you're in nonprofits, right, if you end veterans homelessness, well, that's the last bit of money that veterans home, that you'll ever make from that. And they
yeah,
don't.
that's your job. Like you just and there's no like for people running for office, they don't have a benefit because then they don't have something to campaign on. They can't show, oh, I'm going to do this for homeless veterans because it's already done. You can't say you're going to do that. What's next?
Can't use it
And
as
that's
an
literally the
excuse
place we've been in since the 50s is arguing the same exact thing just said over and over and over again. Like we haven't progressed in that manner at all.
Right. And nothing gets done either because the second they're in office, they're starting to campaign again.
Mhm.
They're starting to campaign
Never
again. So
campaign under their good works. You know what I mean? Like all the politicians will spend, in this last election, in the midterm election, it cost $2 billion, right? Flint's water only cost $77 million to fix. Any one of those politicians could have taken that money, right? Fixed Flint's water, and then that's it. They don't have to campaign anymore. You're the guy that fixed Flint's water. That is all you have to campaign on, right? Will be the
Right.
hero, and you'd still have 144 million left over, billion left over. You've got like the numbers that it's designed to make money, not to help anybody.
right, because
Yeah,
they profit off of problems and issues. Again, I think that's what you were going back to as well, is that there has to be an issue for them to get elected and for them to campaign on. And I think that they're trying to appeal to certain audiences and people just merely for votes too. I mean, that has to be acknowledged as well.
And people see it. Like if you look at
'Cause we're
Doug
not seeing
Jones,
results.
he skirted in with the most narrow margin against someone who was like a proven child molester. Like he got into office because of literally the minority vote. And then as soon as he gets in there, deregulates banks, like runs on nothing, is this vapid, disgusting, nasty person. And the only reason he narrowly got into office was because he was running against a rapist and they turned out the African-American community because of it. And that's it.
Both sides
And when-
talk about something that's interesting in all of the meetings that I've been to and all of that. I don't, it's not an offense thing, but I do take notice to it in that every other voting group, they talk about the voters, right? And then there's the black vote, right? And it makes you
Right.
feel you're like, you're that, well, Terrence, what can we do more to get the black vote? Well, the fact that you're calling it the black vote and not what can we do to make the situation better, which is all of our situation, is a problem. See that as soon as you're done using the black vote, you're not going to fix any of those problems.
Right, because
Right.
it shows why should they have to make the distinction in the first place.
Yep.
But
And
I
I
have to
don't
hop off here, guys.
Yeah, no worries.
If I could do a quick closing thing, get out and make posters, put up flyers, join other activist groups to make friends that will do the same things with you. Be the media. Make signs that say, Belmarsh is UK's Gitmo. Make signs that say Julian is dying. Make signs that say these things to get this news to people. And put it in your communities, put it on busy street corners, put it in front of newspapers because they don't know what's happening either.
Mention the hashtag and how people can find you.
Yeah. On Twitter, I use hashtag Action for Assange, and you can find me at Andrew Zigmund, AndrewZigmund.
That's Action for Assange on Twitter.
Yep,
That's
all
good.
spelled out. Action FOR Assange.
Post those on our page, and make sure. I don't know if there's just we'll post all of the information to make sure they can get in contact with you and organize. And I just would want to reiterate how important it is, the signs and the community that building something brings is really important.
Yep, because the struggle we're fighting
in the street
is against the same people that everyone else that's fighting something is, whether it's an environmental activist stopping a pipeline, a woman fighting for control of her body, or anyone doing any struggle. It's against the same complex and system that we know better than almost anybody else. So going into those groups, we can help them and provide them, hey, do this, do that. And then on top of that, not use their energy, but see who would like to participate then with you after you shared with them. So it's just building that together. But with that, I got to go, guys. Thank you very much for having me. And again,
Thank
it's
you so
Action
much for
for
coming
Assange.
on.
Yeah, have a good night.
Night.
Yeah, have a good night.
Good night.
We're about
Great. When you
hour and a
see
half
those
in.
posters, at a protest, and when you see, somebody holding up that sign that you know which one I'm talking about. You read it, and you're like, yeah, that guy gets it. Somebody sat down at night with their friends and, put that all together and wrote it out and thought of the quote and all of it. A lot of work went into it, which is why I think they're so powerful. They're like a piece of artwork, a piece of yourself in that one moment. Really great idea, and I think I agree on how important getting out, real tangible information is as well.
I agree. I think his initiative is really beneficial, and his thought process behind it and getting away from the internet is, he's brought up so many valid points about that. So hopefully people are really going to be checking out the hashtag Action for Assange, because we need that, and we need to be very vocal, especially in the United States. I've seen a lot of things, initiatives and protests outside of the U.S., but we need to start doing that here more in the U.S. So it's good to see that.
Well, the situation is coming to you guys, right? So if they get their way and he's going to be extradited to the USA, it's going to take a lot of work to actually get everything going there, because
He'll definitely get a life sentence if he comes to the U.S. 100%.
Well, and I haven't been able, although Tulsi Gabbard Strong, would like to, exonerate him, all of that, all charges dropped. I have not been able to get a straight answer from anybody in the Bernie camp. And, there's support, and he kind of made a half-hearted statement. I don't know the reasons why, but I just have not been able to get a direct if I win the presidency and they're holding Julian in custody. I really like them
Terrence,
to
nobody in politics wants to touch that with a 10-foot pole if they're going for re-election. You know that.
I don't care. Right. So, look, if you work at, with him, if he wasn't going to say anything about it at all, I was going to bring it up. And if he does say a little bit about it, then I'm going to post, about Julian in the comments. But look, I think people, if, there's plenty of people that are listening to the show that are Bernie supporters with me that sit in those same same meetings and everything. Look, if people are looking for the real deal, it's time to be real. If we wanted political game, we'd support Joe Biden. That's not what people are looking for. We want real politicians. Don't come out and half at us. We want, half-ass it. We want real leaders. And he has
promises kept.
I really do think this isn't a time or what the people want, what his supporters want. I will say that in the bottom side of it, everybody that I talk to, in the organizing part of it, supports Julian, supports the free press, is against what's happened to him. So I really want Bernie to come out strong against how he's being treated, what he wants to do if it doesn't go our way.
Yeah, I wouldn't give my hopes to any candidate, but I did see Tulsi Gabbard talking about it. was interesting. I mean, that whole Joe Rogan interview and stuff. I don't know what will happen if she will actually run and if she can stick with it. I don't have many hopes on that.
I think John McAfee's speaking on it, but nobody's going to vote for him.
Yeah,
Okay, but for now,
No, she definitely
go ahead,
spoke with her.
guys.
I have spoke with her directly. Look, it's like any other politician, it's hard to, there's always the chance that they could lie to you. But in interacting with her and speaking with her, I really do think that she does support him and supports the free press. Being against all of the reasons that this is happening. So I mean that I will say, but that also, she may never get to be president. That is something to take into consideration. She's definitely like second most popular behind Bernie, but she's still behind Bernie by, he is the most popular candidate at the moment. So, it's hard to say whatever you want if you know you're not going to win.
I think she's pretty sincere with what she's saying. Again, I do hope if she was ever to get elected, which she's not, one of the front runners in the race, we would hope she would keep that promise. However, at the same time, she has also seen the atrocities of war firsthand and has been very adamant that she is anti-war. And I think that's a good quality, something that we need and something that a lot of the people who are in the Free Assange movement are rallying behind, because of course they exposed many war crimes on behalf of the US. So I think that her overall message, it really just kind of is very cohesive and adheres to other points that she has often addressed.
I agree. No, I really like her stance on, I mean, when you talk about, and I think it's something that the press does look over completely. When they talk about all of these things, they give those kind of slanderous statements or slanderous news stories, and then they never go into any, the details of the things that he released and the effects that those things have. The reason that we're not off, still engaged in Iraq and Afghanistan and all of these other countries is because that information was exposed, because they weren't able to do the operations that they wanted to do, which was blatant propaganda, false flags, murdering of innocent people for the military industrial complex profit. Right? Not because we were under any danger, not because people were attacked, not because Americans were being killed or people oppressed, nothing but pure unbridled profit and the horrible things we were, willing to do to attain it. So, I mean, those are the things that he exposed. It's interesting to see how little of that they ever mention in the Julian story.
Right, exactly. What they want to mention, however, is that the release of this information led to the deaths of multiple people or could have potentially harmed many people, when really there's been no evidence to that. So again, this goes back to this whole smear campaign against him. But yeah, he was directly involved with the publications of ending that war.
With one of the things that they said was that they were no longer able to do some of their agents were no longer able to do their operations that he exposed. So, I mean, what they're even telling you in their statement is because of Julian Assange, they were no longer able to do their illegal operations.
That's good.
Right? That's good.
Right.
That's good. They make it sound like it's a bad thing. Oh, well, we could no longer we could no longer illegally
You mean
murder
they can't
people
shoot down Reuters
Reuters
journalists with an Apache helicopter? Just gun them down for no fucking reason.
Yeah, exactly. And they like, even when they try to frame it, well, he made us pull back our murderers and mercenaries. Well, I mean, good. To the bottom of my heart that happened. The amount, even if it only saved 10 children, I'm happy with that.
And Reuters understands this too, because that's because two Reuters journalists actually were shot at in the collateral murder video. But now, when Assange is now in the medical thing in the Belmarsh prison, the Reuters was the first international media who actually wrote about this. It was interesting to see. They were all silent. It was just the local Swedish, Norwegian, Scandinavian media, and then Reuters came with an article. So they are actually watching closely, and they are actually trying to report on it. And I'm thinking it has to do because this is all about the collateral murder video, and it will implicate them too, because they have to do with this lawsuit soon. So
in all of the information that did put out, right, that about the Iraq and Afghanistan war, about 9/11, about operations, all of those things that they put out that was false. They never go back and admit that they were wrong, retract it, apologize for misleading the American people. But even though we all know that they were blatant lies, where WikiLeaks has never had to retract a story for being untrue.
Right, they have 100% accuracy rate in everything that they have published. Everything has been accurate.
That is unheard of. News media, even with the amount of information that you get in, the meticulous work that it takes to make sure that everything that you put out is true, is more admirable than any large news organization I can think of.
I agree. And they don't worry about having to get information out quickly. It does take some time before it's published. But again, this speed-driven journalism goes back to this money motive, this profit being a motive, to be the first to get that story out. And it's sometimes incorrect. And then they don't make retractions. But WikiLeaks does not have that sort of need to have to get the story out first, because first of all, they're the only ones getting it. But they're not focused on profit. And I think that's why they're so successful and have been able to do tremendous work and do really good because that motive is there.
Yeah, and I'm going to
how
take
popular you'll be when you spread the truth. It really is our enemy's number one weapon. Everything that they fear right now, they fear the truth, which is interesting. Normally politicians fear the mudslinging, right? That someone's going to spread lies about you. Our politicians, our corporations, scared of the truth. The truth hurts if you're a liar.
Yeah, just real quick about WikiLeaks not retracting anything. I mean, it's even more admirable because we saw in HB Gary and other security firms, they actually tried to attack WikiLeaks, and in the past, like 2010 this is, and they actually said, we will attempt to introduce fake documents to discredit them. So they have, WikiLeaks has even been able to keep out the fake documents leaked by the military establishment, and they were actually able to differentiate them from the real documents. So this is very admirable. Just saying, real quick.
No, it
and
is.
I mean, it doesn't, with, in my mind, people get into the, whether they like him or don't like him, or a personality or a news organization don't like, telling you the truth, and you're able to make your own decisions and read your decision. It doesn't matter if truth doesn't have to have a face on it, right? He just posts the information or uploads it or gives you for you to read through and see what's actually going on. That's so different than the corporatized system, where they want to spoon feed it to you and tell you how to think, and have to like them. You have to like their personality, whether you agree with him leaning left or right. What does that have to do with the truth? This is what it is. I'd rather have my news that way than in any other way. I don't care if I like you or if you've got a good personality, right? I don't care whether, Tom Brokaw is a nice guy or not. I just want to know the truth.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, but I think that, what do you guys think about the future of, and maybe this is thinking too far ahead, but the future of the organization? I mean, can it go on? Do you think it can go on without him?
It actually has been for like the last almost 2 years, but there really hasn't been any real leaks. But long term, I don't know. That's hard to say.
I think. I mean, I'm. My personal opinion is that it will continue on. I think, general, WikiLeaks is kind of synonymous with that. And especially as these elections are coming on, I don't want to, bring it all back to this, but when you see things like polls that people know are obviously fake, candidate support that people know are obviously fake, you see a room full of 10 people opposed to a stadium full of 10,000 people, right? Who has the most support. I think that every single time they do one of those and run one of those stories, gives that credibility to organizations like WikiLeaks. People are looking for the truth because even though they'll digest the news stories that are coming out of places and the media that's coming out of places, they know that it's a lie. You know, they're taking with a grain of salt. You see that in things like Venezuela, or the false flag on the Saudi oil tankers, right? That was on every single news station. They assured you of terrorist attacks and espionage and all of that, and not a single person bought it. Right? Nobody that watched any of that, it was completely ineffective. Nobody that watched it, left, right, green, you know, and the independent, not a single person says, I think that sounds right. Nobody bought it.
Okay. So about the continuation of WikiLeaks, so there is there is now a current main editor, right? That's Kristin Hrafnsson, and
Right.
Hrafnsson. He is actually not a new guy. He was already the spokesperson in between 2010 and 2017. He is very experienced, and he is an investigative journalist himself from Iceland. And in Iceland, there are very strong whistleblower protection laws. He can't be extradited, and there's nothing against him. He is pretty much untouchable, even for the Americans. So there is no reason why WikiLeaks should have to stop, because he is a good speaker too. He is very intelligent, and he will do Julian's job while Julian is unable to do it himself. And I'm sure he will be able to even make it bigger than it is now. So
yeah, I do see from the, like, people have a hunger for the truth, whether they like it or not, and I think people, especially during the election, are looking for that truth. As long as they keep doing the things that they're doing and stay strong, I think his sacrifice gives, I mean, a huge amount of credibility to the organization. You see it getting bigger, and that kind of news getting bigger, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, and just just to state real quick that not all countries are following the USA, and Iceland has named Christine, who runs it now, Journalist of the Year three times. So he received the Journalist of the Year prize 3 times from the Icelandic community, like the Union of Journalists in there, and they are actually in support of that. That's also a different country. It's an entire country where they respect whistleblowers and journalists.
Aren't they it's a pretty good place to be a journalist, Iceland, isn't that correct?
Mm-hmm. They got pretty strong whistleblower protection laws, and especially since they got like in a fight with the rest of the EU and jumped out of it. They are now like independent. They don't have these old extradition agreements anymore either, so they don't have these rules. They don't have to follow these rules, and they're also for internet, for websites. If you use websites, they have very strong protection laws. So yeah, that's true.
And it's important to see, you know, they make it sound like if you had, you know, journalists being able to do their job, that your country would somehow implode. And then you see countries that do have open, you know, and safe journalists and journalistic standards and support with the government, and it makes their governments less corrupt. It's literally the exact opposite. Your journalistic system is, the more, you know, the more draconian and tyrannical your government is. I think that's pretty obvious.
Right, because the more eyes that are watching a corporation or government entity, the better that corporation or entity is going to behave and act, if they know that they're going to be held accountable.
I agree 100%. And there isn't, even if you look at the things that are going to accountability, that's why they're able to get away with it. What are you going to do about it? Attitude. We'll arrest you, we'll beat you, we'll murder people, you know, we'll do about it. You know, they have that kind of attitude that, I mean, it's beyond to let them eat cake. Like, they're making us drink poison water.
Yeah, that's what you're talking about. Like, I mean, like American, like military establishment is like the strongest enemy you can have in the world. It's like, who's going to hold them accountable? Like, I mean, it's like, so difficult.
Well, and I don't, you know, a lot of people, you know, I think that walking away, do the Amish thing and just turn your back on that whole system. You know, I think that when Eisenhower gave his final speech. Those same industries, they can make plowshares, right? Our building industry will build any future. I've always been a big push towards having a civilian corps. There's so much that needs to be built. We don't have to send all of our people to die to do anything important, to have honor, right? There's alternative, green energy, and our infrastructure needs to be built, and our roads and bridges and architects and mathematicians. And I mean, there's an unending stuff used to build the future. We don't just have to put it to making drones. We spent $1 trillion in the most brilliant minds on the planet to come up, to come up with the Predator drone, a remote control plane with rockets strapped to it. You took $1 trillion in the most brilliant minds, and that's the best you could come up with. Brilliant minds were allowed to do things that actually help people. It would be just as profitable in my mind.
Yeah, that's a good point. Because I was just thinking again, like the interest is so much not in the people. It's, with themselves and trying to make money. And we know that wars generate a lot of money oftentimes.
At this point, that's pretty much all they do. And it's not like us going to war with these countries makes all of America money, right? It makes like 10 people money.
Right, exactly.
You don't even get the spoils of war, right? It's a war for profit, but it's 10 people's profit.
I think there's a sense. Mm-hmm. I think there's a sense too in the U.S. where there's a need and a push for presidents to look tough. I'm not saying that should be an excuse for behavior, but there's like this overwhelming sense of maybe patriotism and nationalism where we got to look tough and we got to invoke ourselves in all these other countries' civil wars and all of their issues and try to save these countries when really we know we're doing a lot of harm. But I think that also is part of it too, not just money, but also because it's a neocon perspective to just be sort of this superpower. The police is the world.
Yeah, I think we do. We have I think that our world police is a good example, but it's unfortunately like the American police force. So we've got a lot of police cap exported that mindset to the rest of the world. And it's look, you can go to war with anything you want. Can you imagine if the leader came out and said, look, fine, you want to go to war? That's fine. I will make sure that America does not use another drop of oil as long as America. Right, tomorrow I will put millions of troops on the streets building solar from one side of the country to the other. Fuck you. Still strength. Do that with anyone, if we ever for one moment fought as hard for peace as we do for those 10 people for war, and we built the whole thing, we need for after the Great Depression, we went to war and that brought us out. No, the manufacturing brought you out of that. You could have taken, we didn't bring any of those tanks back. Those tanks would go directly into the ocean and have the same effect. As far as the building our economy, the fact was that you were building things is what made money. But they like to wrap it up in war. Oh, we have to go to war so it'll bring out our economy. No, you don't. To build our economy. The war thing just makes you money.
It makes us look tough.
And I think, I'm tough. I'm fine. I gotta prove it.
Yeah, but it is true. It is actually to make.
It's and even then, it's not like they look tough, but only when you have somebody else to go and fight it for you. That is like the worst tough guy act ever. What, you a tough guy? You a tough guy? I'm gonna send 300 Marines. You're gonna send somebody else to kick my ass? That doesn't count.
Yeah, well, it is part of doing the propaganda for your army and looking like I'm the police of the world and I'm strong enough to overwhelm all of you, and they feel like threatened by a group like WikiLeaks who actually expose stuff about them. It's kind of like pushes like a hole in the wall or something. Like this is like we are this giant untouchable machine, and what if this guy can touch us? Maybe these other countries can touch us too.
Yeah.
And you see these countries so willing to cooperate with the U.S. with this. I mean, when do you ever see, Ecuador working with the United States like this? Because the relationship wasn't good prior, I don't believe.
And it's just like, why?
To take down one guy, because we're embarrassed by what he revealed.
if you're another country, like, why would you?
Right.
You know the game, you know what we're about. We've got like a huge, long, horrible history of doing it, and recent history, like not ancient. You know what I mean? History. We're talking the last 15 years. We've shown you how great we can fuck up the world. Why would you go along with it? If John Bolton walks into your office and says regime change, you should fall out of your chair laughing. No, they're immediately like, well, how can we help? U.S. interest? Oh yeah, sure. We'd love to sell you our country's natural resources. What, you want to slip for pennies on the dollar? Come right over. Woohoo!
Yeah. Plus, I also think too that these countries that are potentially in debt to the U.S., I think there's probably deals made there, of course, and in other ways too.
Well, even
to
with this,
incentivize it.
The internet, the IMF, pretty much, bought Julian Assange, right? They gave for doing this. They got what, a $2 or $5 billion loan. I'll have to look it up here. Several $1 billion loans from him, and it was within that same day.
Oh yeah, right.
Well, a lot of people don't realize that.
Mm-hmm.
Literally that same day, the government of Ecuador was given a $2 billion loan by the International Monetary Fund. And it's sad to think that that's how much it sells to sell out freedom. You know what I mean? To sell out, when you think of like the heroes of South America. Honestly, Ecuador, is that what Che Guevara would do?
No, just to answer what our guests are too is that what did they get back in return? And they did actually get money back in return. Like it was like a financial aid thing of a few $billion dollars.
I don't remember whether it was two or five, but it was again so obvious.
It's pretty much approved like days after they had it over.
If I'm not mistaken, it was the same day because that story I had actually gotten. I forget if it was one of you guys that had posted it, but I had seen that story on the International Monetary Fund payment before I saw the Julian's arrest payment, or the change in his. Everybody started showing up at the embassy.
And I believe that the Lenin Moreno even visited the U.S. He did visit the U.S. like just a few days after the arrest. The timing in all of this was really interesting.
Yeah, Chelsea Manning was arrested the 3 days before, and it said that she wasn't to continue on and do the whole password game, whatever they were trying to spin there, and that was it continued on. We didn't rise up when they arrested her, so they continued what they were doing, I guess. No, it was quite a it wasn't enough. In my mind, it definitely wasn't enough money, and even then, like, why? Can you name a country that the IMF has loaned money to that it's turned out well? Like, just off the top of your head, if anybody wants to post it in the comments, just tell me the country that's done well from IMF loans, where they didn't come in and steal your shit. Just one. Anybody that wants to name one that's all like, yeah, 20 years down the line, that was a great idea. If there was one, we would know about it, right? It would be everywhere. Right. Posting that as the great things that are happening for me IMF loans. You've never seen a headline. It's sad to see that that's what they valued. All of our rights, Ecuador's rights included, is $2 billion. To me, that's not enough. That's not enough at all.
No, it's disturbing because it's trading a human being for financial benefit. But also, too, looking at this list here, we know that President Trump just recently pardoned 2 arguably war criminals. Veterans are protesting this. What are your thoughts?
I'm protesting it nonstop for that very reason. They're really veteran, and I know I'm not the only one on the show, but as a veteran, I see nothing more disrespectful than pardoning a war criminal.
Yeah, and why pardon a war criminal and not a journalist like Assange?
Exactly.
That's like such a disturbing thing. Exactly.
Right. I feel like there's other people who are much more deserving of a pardon.
I don't think
So-
he's deserving at all. I don't think he's deserving at all. But I mean, we do live in a country, you know, like it or not, like how many times have we mentioned Dick Cheney and George Bush on here?
Yeah.
Criminals.
Yeah, it's true.
Millions of lives, like of blood on their hands, and it's not even mentioned. This is blatant. I don't know who they're trying to appease with this, because it you know, veterans, every veteran that I've talked to, every veteran that I know is against this and what it stands for. I don't know, like I said, I don't know which group they're trying to appease with this, and we can name off a long list of people that are much more deserving of a presidential pardon. Free Leonard Potier. That would be my first words on the subject for sure. But there's a long list of people that, you know, I mean, there's a guy in, I think it's Ohio right now, that's still serving a 30-year term for having a pound of weed in a state where it's legal.
Are you serious?
Yeah, he's supposed, you know, they put him in for a life sentence. And
Wait, I think there's a little more backdrop on that guy. I think the guy owned a cannabis store or something like that. I think that's the guy I'm talking about, right?
It doesn't matter. It's legal. I mean, how many 500 openly traded companies are cannabis stores?
This is in Ohio?
I think it's Ohio.
Okay. I know it's okay. In Ohio, it's legal for medicinal purposes, but not recreational. But regardless, 30 years that's insane.
That's the problem with America is that you know, I think
overkill.
I think they're saying now it's 1/5 or 1/3 of Americans have been in jail at some point in their life. That's a really bad statistic.
Oh yeah,
It's gotten to the point where everybody knows somebody that's been affected by it. And I mean, these debtor prisons, you know, these aren't. There was a time when prison used to be for, you know, murderers. That's not the case
either
anymore.
1890 or 1910. We abolished debtors prison, but there are so many loopholes that it's actually reinstated.
Yeah, most of what we have now, it's not, well, you couldn't pay your fines, so you put them in trouble, you know, you put them in jail for fines, which that's a debtor's prison. You're too poor to pay the fine, so we put you in prison.
Yeah, I might be there too.
But that's part of the problem of the prison industrial complex. Yeah, I'm sorry. I will post that story because it is. I might have the state wrong, because if I'm not mistaken, it is in a state where it is completely legal.
Yeah, I do remember hearing about this, and I think his mom, or it was an investor.
His mom and
an investor or something.
His mother and his I think it's his son, has both died while he was in prison.
Oh no! I was saying like I thought it said. I was about to say his mother and some investor were running a campaign. That's what I remember about this story. But this was a while ago.
I know. And part of the heartbreak in this story is that you know his child and his mother had both passed away while he was in prison. And this is after it was legal. They wouldn't let him out to see them, to go to their funerals, anything.
Wow.
Yeah. But I don't know. I mean, they do make it sound like they have no idea how to open the jail cell and let you walk out. Like this is so very difficult for them. I would know how to let them out. You just open the door and they walk out.
Well, you know, America needs to. You know what I think? America. I've been saying this for a while. America really needs to adopt a Norwegian model for when it comes to rehabilitation and criminal prosecuting, because there is no real therapy or anything that happens in there. And I don't know. I really don't know what I'm getting at, but there are better ways of running a prison
system. Such a broken system. Yeah. It's, we could spend an entire show.
The Norwegian model actually proves that if you give people therapy and you treat people like people, and you don't restrict the life, but you restrict the movement, you normally get people who don't go back to jail. In fact, if you teach them skills and how to be self-sufficient and to teach them why they shouldn't be doing what they were doing, they generally don't go back to prison.
Okay, but I mean, some of this is also, we put people that are extremely uninspired into our political system to run our countries. And I mean extremely uninspired. Name an issue that they can't fix, right, with the prison system. Immigration, prison system, right? Drugs, prison system.
Well, the
Opium
war
addiction,
on
prison.
drugs is like it's like $100 billion a year.
Yeah,
they
but
waste
it
on that.
doesn't. It
And
doesn't matter what the
90%
problem
of people
is.
in jail are there for drugs, which means that it doesn't work.
Right. It's hard.
It's not
because
meant.
people
It's not.
then- They don't know what to do once they're released because they haven't been in the world for X amount of years, and they have no idea how to reassimilate, and there's no resources to help them do so.
Yeah, you know, I
Nobody's
used to
going to
work. I used to
hire
work
you.
with directly with the court system at one point. This is a little sad part of my life where we used to help people, you know, that were in the jail system, and they would give us they would give us to them. They would give them to us for treatment, right? So the problem is that once you involve the court system into what we define as like a mental illness, something that they have a compulsion to use despite what they want to do, that the consequences of them practicing their mental illness results in another arrest, and we have to report it to the court. So getting the courts involved in rehabilitation does absolutely nothing. It actually makes the system worse, and it costs the taxpayers more money.
Oh, I agree. I mean, it's designed to build bigger prisons. That's
Yep.
pretty much the
That's
only
pretty
thing.
much it sounds like a great idea, but in actuality it's not. What they should do is they should, instead of spending money on arresting people for going to jail for drugs, they should just spend money in getting public health or publicly owned rehabs, you know, or got state funded rehabs, so that if people want help, they can get help.
Just to get this story like correct for everybody that was listening, the man's name is Michael Thompson. He's serving 40 to 60 years in Michigan prison. His father, mother, and son have died while he was behind bars. He sold to police. He sold marijuana to police in 1994. Michigan legalized in 2018. So yeah, he's in prison for a crime that no longer exists. And if I'm not mistaken, Michigan legalized completely.
Yeah, and there's some states that retroactively have been getting rid of cases because of the legalization laws.
I mean, why wouldn't you? It's not illegal, and once you go down that road, well, it's not legal. It's not illegal anymore. Well, yeah, but it shouldn't have. That means it shouldn't have been illegal in the first place, right? Why didn't do anything wrong?
That'd be like
This was
charging
your-
somebody with an alcohol. What was it when they were producing alcohol when it was illegal? That'd be like charging somebody with a crime they had done.
Bootlegging.
Exactly, for bootlegging now. You know.
I mean, there's you could maybe say that you didn't pay taxes on it or something, that you didn't have a license on it, but when it comes to weed specifically, I mean, it's just no longer a crime. They act like they don't know how to deal with this because they have a system that's pretty well set up to continue to put people in prison, and it really bothers them if you don't want to use that anymore. Well, what are we going to do with all of these prisons? I don't know, man. Shut them down, turn them into affordable housing. I don't give a fuck. In there anymore. But it comes from being extremely uninspired. They're a one-trick pony. Doesn't matter what the issue is. People in cages.
Yeah.
You have an issue that the prison system actually makes money on its prisoners too. I mean, that's not the same thing in other countries. It is very different. I mean, it costs like hundreds of bucks to keep someone in prison here in my country, and those prisons are almost empty because it is just too expensive for the government. So they usually, like, for low crimes, you usually get like a cleaning job or whatever. So it is, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think a lot of crime should be handled with community service. Look, prison is for murderers and rapists. A lot of things
basically, I agree with that. Like seriously, like if 90% of people are in prison for using drugs, that means that 90% of the people are not actually, they're only doing crimes upon themselves. They're not actually hurting.
In a lot of cases, it's not even. I mean, it's not. I mean, a lot. We're talking millions of people are in there for non-violent weed crimes.
No, well, there a lot. Well, a lot of it's not weed now. You got a lot of heroin addicts and crackheads and meth heads, but you get somebody addicted to a hard drug like I said, like they're not going to stop using because you told them it was illegal. They're completely addicted.
No, and putting them in jail doesn't change that.
Yeah, they're going to they're going to crave the drug when they're not on the drug, and you know what I mean?
I mean, that's what, like, and this has been researched. There's been plenty of sciences, plenty of brain chemistry. Look, it is an actual disease and needs to be treated like a disease, like any other.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. The ICD-10 and there's a diagnosis for it. It's a mental disorder. They call it substance use disorder. It's a mental illness. Yeah, you're 100% right.
It doesn't affect any more people or less people whether you put somebody in prison for it, right? That's why it's an addiction. Any more than you could tell somebody that was bipolar that you were going to stop them from being bipolar because you put them in jail. It doesn't work it just does not work that way. And there doesn't mean that because you make this or that legal and quit putting people in prison that it's going to make any more addicts. It's just not.
Right. We need to definitely progress, because this is going back to the war on drugs that needs to be addressed and put an end to. But that's why there's these long prison sentences, of course, for this, because they wanted to stop this and we didn't know much. Not making an excuse for it, but we didn't realize that this was actually a brain disease. So it's definitely time to kind of have our legislation reflect the knowledge that we now have.
I think we are. And maybe it's, we do end up in those echo chambers, but I do think that we are in that kind of move from dark ages to the modern world. Every civilization at their start feels that they're in the modern world. None of them are, right? The one that takes over after that turns out to be the modern world.
Well, let's say like a heroin addiction, for example, can easily be managed by the healthcare system by providing like methadone and other things
Suboxone,
to these actual addicts.
Well, that's one part of it, but what I think is really important is the things that it doesn't create, right? It doesn't create an underground. It doesn't create a black network. It doesn't create mafias and people smugglers and all the extra things that come with creating that underground around somebody's addiction, something that they can't help. Right. So I think that although there's treatment and benefits and all of that, I think one of the biggest benefits is all of the things that it doesn't create out of it. And I take, you're close to Amsterdam. I'm sure you've been there. In my trips to Amsterdam, the things that you don't see are the underground, the drug, the gang wars. Now, of course, there's crime, but it's not what you see in the States. Where people are taking advantage of people's addiction and building an entire,
criminal empire with,
Yeah, but I can honestly say, Terrence, I can honestly say that the big crime here in drugs here in the Netherlands and around Amsterdam is actually not inside the country itself. It has to do with the export of like drugs to countries where it is illegal, or the import from countries where it is illegal.
Yeah,
that is the big crime, and like 85% of the weed here that is like sold here is sent to other countries. It like goes to Germany, for example, 85%, right?
I believe it. It creates these entire undergrounds that are built. The U.S. mafia was built on prohibition, and then it was immediately replaced. A lot of the crime that we see today is all around this prohibition system that we have. And that includes from people smuggling and sex trade. And it all correlates around this insane war on drugs.
Right. If you make it legal, there's been numerous study after study and reports that it will reduce the crime. And so oftentimes people that are doing the smuggling and that sort of thing do not want it to be legal and don't want to end to this war on drugs. But that's very true.
To them, I'm sorry, you guys are going to have to invest. That's fine. I'm cool with that. You can invest in other stuff, guys. Solar's hot right now. So, divest your money from the illegal drug war and invest it in green power. Mafias, when the crime syndicate slowly fell in the States, when the big mafia, that's exactly what they did. They put their kids through law schools. They invested heavily. They pretty much took all of that money and put it into legitimate businesses. Do that same thing. But I really do see this being a time of awakening, as extreme as it seems. I do see things changing, and I am a bit of an optimist. I know. I know it's hard to do sometimes, but I really do. The amount of fight that I see even behind Julian. The protests that were today for the court hearing, right? There were protests everywhere. People unconnected, unrelated, not in the same circle, and it does bring me hope. I do see a huge amount of people fighting back. I know it's got to be more, but every day I see more people joining the fight. Like they keep on ticking off. That straw that broke the camel's back, I think, is super true here. And they piss off one group after another group after another group after another group, and then they're surprised when we're all standing together.
Right, and I think it's important too to have within these groups to have like a wide range of people, diverse people that come from different backgrounds and different sides of the political spectrum. I think that's very helpful in creating a greater push and kind of really initiating some change. And that's what we saw today too, was that it brought together people of all different kinds of political ideologies and backgrounds. And I think with more of that, we could probably get more done, and again, reach out to others.
I mean, it is, he is the guy standing in the middle of it. He's doing the hard work, right? He's suffering so that for our First Amendment rights. But I think that our First Amendment rights, our freedom of the press, our freedom of speech, right, something that does transcend a lot of the right, left, or whatever political or religious, that affects all of us. And we have to get into things. Look, you don't have to agree with what I say, right? I don't have to agree with what you say, right? But we have to fight for people's ability to say it, for people's ability to be able to spread the truth, whether you like what they're saying, whether it's against your candidate or your whatever. That really doesn't matter. It's their right to be able to say it. It's our rights. And we have to look at it that way.
Absolutely, we do. And I think that's especially been a problem area for the United States because we are so politically divided and we are so polarized. We can even have civil conversation. I mean, we can, but I'm talking about in the greater scope of things. People on the left and people on the right can't even talk about issues. People got divorces over the election. I mean, we are that divided. So we do need to remember that you have to, regardless of what somebody's saying, you have to acknowledge that they have the right to say it.
You know what? Speaking of that, you said that. I think I said that like last show or the show before that, and I've never seen America like this bad when it comes to a division between the left and the right.
It's bad, but they're also becoming very polarized too. So like the right's going very far right, and the left is going farther left. So I think that's part of it as well. I think so.
And we've gotten into it, it really is, people don't sit down and talk policy. I've got this problem with this policy or this problem with that policy, right? It's immediately down to the name calling. It's nothing of substance. It's like, oh, well, you're just a tree hugging liberal. Okay, well, what about what I'm saying here do you disagree with? You know what I mean? And that's the same on the...
I'm a fascist.
Yeah.
I'm called a fascist.
Come up against somebody and you're at a protest and they're a fascist. If you ever get to talk about actual policy, you'll talk them down, right? The amount of people that you've seen that have that, well, holy shit, I've been standing on the wrong side of this fucking line, right? Moment is takes you going through and fighting through that left-right policy. By the time someone's gotten to a fascist foot soldier holding a baton and a shield beating their countrymen for a bank, right? You do have an opening to unite with those people, even though as hard as it may seem. They've been misled as far as they can be misled, right? They've been brainwashed as much as they can be possibly brainwashed at that point.
So about uniting, WikiLeaks actually gives the perfect opportunity to hate all the politicians because it was Hillary and also Joe Biden. Like Hillary said, like let's drone him, and Joe Biden
I'm sure
said
she
like
wants
he's,
to. But that's
Joe Biden said he's like a high-tech terrorist, and now it is actually Trump asking for his extradition. So it's coming from both sides. It's the perfect opportunity to hate all because they're all in the same bed.
I can't do the Clinton bot thing. It does my head in. Like it's overwhelming. The corruption is insane.
Oh no!
To
Come
the
on, if
highest
you're a
level.
good Democrat or Republican, you gotta hang with your bastard. It's the party line.
Oh, yeah,
You gotta
well,
get
what is
party
the
priest.
difference? What is the difference between vote blue no matter who and Q's follow the plan? Can someone explain to me what the difference between those two statements?
Follow blindly, my son.
I mean, like, there is no way. Like, even if you come out and say, like, you can't even give me that you've got a good candidate who you support. Just vote blue no matter who. What? What?
Well, now Q is like the placeholder instead of Trump. If you say anything bad about Q, they get all pissed off about that. It's like you can't even have a conversation, man. It's just so
I
ridiculous.
don't even go down that road. Like, I'm not going to follow the plan. That's the stupidest shit I've ever heard. Like, I can't float the establishment without question. And you think that, like, that almost doesn't, like, I can't compute when someone tries to put that, we're part of the revolution. Really? What are you guys doing? We're following the plan 100%.
What is the plan?
The leadership hasn't told us yet, but we just are supposed to support them 100%.
The establishment needs good bootlickers.
Operation
guys.
Human Shield Breaker. Oh my god.
Guys, this is an NSA operation. And I think if you guys what is one of the big Q guys? I the Spy? They're literally named the Spy.
It's true.
Hey, look, I tell you what, Q could come out wearing an FBI hat and they still wouldn't get it.
So they'd be like, he's an insider. He's the insider. It just comes out his like he forgot to take off his uniform beforehand. It's like, oh shit, I didn't know this was on. Yeah, guys, just follow the plan.
The owner of 8chan said
Right.
it was all
Attention.
fake. It was all fake. He knows who was behind it, and it was 100% a fake. If that doesn't say that it's fake, I don't know what is. But you can't get these fucking retards to believe that it's fucking fake, even though the owner of the hosting of the platform that he's been using said it was a fake.
I don't know what to do. You know what I mean? Just some of it is.
Well, that old saying, you can't fix stupid, man. If you encounter somebody with a low enough IQ, you can't beat it, man.
I think that
They win.
people are scared, and it does give them some sort of solace in that that the pyramid scheme is working, right? The Pharaoh's okay. I just keep doing my thing. It's all good, right? So I think there is that. There's some real. Some people, I'll put it this way, some people aren't good at being hypnotized, right? Like, chances are none of the people that are on this show are good at being hypnotized, right? Our government and news media and entertainment and all of that has spent, trillions of dollars and focus groups and algorithms and AI to mold your mind, right? To make this propaganda work. The fact that it works on a good percentage of the population is not a surprise to me. They have worked so hard to do it. And I mean, through everything from school age to to cartoons, to commercials, to football games, right? Everything. So to music, right? If it's hard, although we're all woke and we don't hypnotize well, right? I do see how people go down that road and how say that it worked. I spent billions, trillions to do it.
Look, all you have to do is convince them that they really don't have to do anything, that if they just follow the plan. See, that's pretty simple. Just follow the plan, do what you're told.
Well, speaking of
everything's going to be okay.
Speaking of following the plan, I kind of want to touch on this. That I put an article in our stuff that we were supposed to talk to in case we got off topic. But if you're going to follow the plan, okay, John knows this, but there was a program that was that was stolen from the NSA called Eternal Blue, right?
Yeah.
So why was the NSA developing ransomware tools that only criminals use? Like, why? You know what I'm saying? Like,
no, exactly. And the first ones they blamed of it was they blamed were like North Koreans. They said like it's North Korea doing it.
No, but the NSA developed
the
the
software
tool.
was developed by the the NSA developed it. That is interesting. So it is used as a tool to blame other countries to justify. To possibly justify wars against other countries.
And that's the deal. It's not that like follow the plan, but you guys really historically horrible planners. We've given it a go, right? We have. Am I not mistaken? We have given it a go. Shit, Iraq, Afghanistan alone, we gave it a go 17 years now. All right. You guys are horrible planners. You've destroyed the planet and sent like millions of us to our deaths. Like, no. Let me see the plan.
I know.
Just about the
I think.
Q shit.
I think it was announced in 2004 when they told us about the 7-country plan. That's the plan.
It's a bad plan. You guys are bad planners. The
Well, it's
plan
an end times
is
plan. It doesn't have to make sense. It's designed to get to a goal of Megiddo, you know.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
but
oh
it's a
yeah,
goal.
yeah. That's what I said. That's what I always said. If if there's
Your
a
number
battle
one-
going on in
your number
Megiddo,
one
I am
plan-
100% going to a fucking nuclear fallout.
Yeah, well, they did this with the Iran thing. I mean, they didn't attack Iran directly, but the last few years they have been attacking all historical Iran's allies, like Libya, and actually all the Syria, all the regions that actually supported Iran have been attacked after the Iraq War. So that's also interesting. They go
I mean,
after.
some of that
they do
has
it.
to do with between cultural differences as well, between the Saudi Empire and the Iranian Empire, the Ottoman Empire. So there's a pre-World War I history here, where the borders of a lot of these countries were made up into certain groups, and those groups are still in the area. So I mean, Iran is a big part of that. Like alive between the different cultures, the different Sunnis and Shias. I mean, there's a lot going on, and I don't know if the countries, the way that they were split up after World War I and World War II, are really how those countries will look in the end.
Well, Afghanistan traditionally has that area has been run by tribes since like the beginning of time. So the fact that we wanted to establish a democracy in the area was absolutely nonsense.
I mean, democracy would be fine. I mean, that wasn't
Not if you have a tribe. I mean, yes, the Cherokees
Yeah, it's
they
difficult.
developed something similar, but when you've been run by tribes and it's been a tribal nation since like the beginning of time, what's the point? If you establish democracy, you're going to still have the tribes fighting for power.
Democracy means that the people, it has to do with the people. I mean, we're not an absolute democracy either. The part is we weren't going to be able to turn it into like a little American puppet, which is what we want, and that's a different thing. Like we're not. If at any time we're spreading democracy, that's not an issue. People love democracy, right? Send voting machines, food, so we can make sure we got protection when we vote. But that's not the things that we send. Of the things that we were doing, we wanted control of their opium production. We wanted to drive the price down of that opium production.
Yeah, and that's kind of a cliche because there's a war on opiates, within America, which is it's something that's fabricated there's money and political gain in that fight, but it's not actually a crisis. But yeah, you're right. I mean, that was to control the flow of the opium, which gets used into real pharmaceuticals that you and people every day use. So there is a profit
we
margin
wanted
for
to
it.
take. Yeah, we wanted to take advantage of it. Now we could have went in, right, and make sure that they had, trade unions and workers' rights and a stable opium production system to make sure that the country was prosperous and the people were well employed. But that wasn't our goal. Like we don't go into these situations with any of it. We could go into plenty of places that are having problems, that we see a problems area, and actually help the people.
Well, actually, the Taliban that captured back their territory that we took away from them, when they came back and took the territory, they established programs kind of like that to help their own people.
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying from our perspective, if you want, all the places, a lot of the places that we say we have problems with, or that, for terrorism in this, you want people to support U.S. interests, send them food, give them clean water, solar power, right? If you give a country solar power, right, little USA sticker on all of it, trust me, they will love you.
No, but we just send freedom bombs and
we
happy
send bombs.
we
send
bullets.
bombs. That's it. If you really wanted U.S. support, feel somebody's starving child's tummy, right? And see how much U.S. support they have. See how much they support America. Again, we only have 2 fixes to every problem that we have. Prison, guns. That is it. That is it.
But before we can fix this, we all have to collectively acknowledge these problems. And I think that a few people could see these issues and want to acknowledge them. But then there's this greater sense of this country's perfect. We could do no wrong, but there has to be an acknowledgement that we do make mistakes and that there are problems. How do we go about ensuring that?
Well, I mean, the number one, like we are in the show, the number one on that, the reason that it's your First Amendment, right, is freedom of speech and freedom of the press, because that is how you get the word out and get real information out. Behind that needs to be implementing some real laws to restrict these tyrannical practices. So, making sure that things like propaganda and false flags can't be used and permanently. So you guys know that Obama rolled back those legislations that barred the government from using the media as propaganda. There's certain things, there's powers that we need to take away from our government that keep them from going down this road. No, you can't arrest journalists for exposing corruption, and we may have to write it that directly.
Yeah, that's the problem with the Espionage Act too, because it's pretty broad. I believe it's written pretty broad.
Yeah, it was written at the turn of the century, which is it's outdated, just like the CFAA laws.
It is.
Yeah,
it really is.
And I mean, they like it that way. It's the kind of like America does not torture, right? Although it seems like that should be the deal and we all agree on that, unless we put it in absolute terms, America cannot torture in any way, shape, or form. Not in Guantanamo, not offside of U.S., not in international waters, not if you dig a mile behind the underground, right? Not if you're in a mountain, not if you're standing on one foot, not if you're the NSA, right? You don't get to torture.
I think I was watching there was this documentary on Guantanamo, and what they were saying was, these guards who work there, they would brainwash the guards there, and they would, tell them that the people that are in this prison are bad people and that they deserve to be treated poorly, but they would do it in a very manipulative way. And they would take them to ground zero and reiterate all of these ideas in their heads to make them more willing to be harsh and cruel and torture people there.
I mean, I definitely, they do know, how to manipulate people, how to turn you into those kind of mindless soldiers. And part of that is that whole game. We saw with the law enforcement at Standing Rock doing something very similar to that. Mm-hmm. So they came from outside media. They were only allowed to get the news that came from their, little department. They would put, through pretty much made up horror stories of the people that were there, to pretty much make them out to be violent terrorists, child molesters, rapists, the works, so that they would literally brainwash these police to a certain extent into what you saw on the line. And when, you see that, one of the reasons they're reacting that way is because that's who they think you are. They bought into it.
Right. And oftentimes, if you look in history, countries that turn into, dictatorships, typically it starts out with targeting media. Not all the time, but that's usually one of the first things that happens. I was kind of bringing it back to that. Yeah. But it's scary. But then people are just, not that people are dumb, but a lot of people just, again, aren't, thinking in this way because we think this can't happen today in present time. And that attitude is going to contribute to the downfall. Yeah.
Okay, guys, really, I have to give a quick shout out to one of our viewers, Big Baby, and please don't call Assange a rapist anymore.
I agree. And I know it's hard because, we have to refute things, and we do end up saying it. And because that's how it's been framed, it gets repeated over and over again. But I'm not playing when the news media knows the power of that word. And they're saying it specifically on that. They are accusing him of not wearing a condom. And when they did DNA tests, there was not his DNA or her DNA on it. They're using the word rape. And, like I said, go through and look at a story of, the Epstein, right? Going through and look at a story of R. Kelly. Going through and look at a story of Bill Cosby. Go and look at a story of Roy Moore, right? And look at all of the adjectives, all of the ways that they dance around calling those people rapists. which is what they are.
Yes, because they are.
But then when it's in like it's in big red letters and it's repeated like 10 times, they'll repeat the word rapist more than anything else in that story.
Yeah, you mean if they like someone, if they like them, or if these people in their system, they will not call them rapists. Well, they're actually rapists, and then their enemies they call rapists like all the time to like discredit them and stuff.
Yeah, look, the president got on his Twitter and says, "I don't have anything against Roy Moore." You don't have anything against Roy Moore? Dude rapes 14-year-old girls. You got anything against him? He seems like a good guy, right? I mean, that's the kind of narrative that they spin. And if you look at the people inside of the media, the heads, all the people that got fired in Fox for doing some really, really dirty, evil stuff to the women that work in their jobs. And there's a long list of them. They make up all sorts of words to cover the fact that just call them what they are, rapists.
Why do you think that they use different words to get around it?
Because
Did they
don't
do that?
They don't. I mean, for some of it, they work in those news media organizations. So I mean, the only people it came out about the people that I'll take Epstein as an example, right? Everybody that was saw, knew, and went with everything that went on. All of the assaults, the rapes, the absolutely positively everything they saw, and nobody said a word about it. And then they come out and act like it's breaking news. I've heard about it.
So misleading.
Of them knew about it, and none of them said anything about it. And that goes all. Wolf Blitzer, the most trusted name in news, absolutely positively knew about it. Absolutely positively said nothing about it. Story, it's accused, or they'll make up 100 different words to cover it because they don't want it to be seen as what it is. Their job is not to put the news. He is a rapist. R. Kelly's a fucking child molester. Right?
Well, you got if
a child molester.
CIA handler say it, they don't say it.
Then they'll use a weapon. They obviously see the strength, the power in that word. Right. And, these are the same people that make laws to stop, women's rights over their own fucking bodies. Right. Like they don't call them these things for a reason. It has to do with power. They use it as a weapon against their enemies. That's about it. It's why you see, and it bothers me that they repeat it over and over and over again. For something that we know is a bogus charge. That's, the story, even when, even if he's charged with not wearing a condom, he's charged with not wearing a condom, right? That is so different than being a rapist.
Yeah, that to me, well, in any other country, that's a completely different charge. Not even a crime in 99% of countries.
I totally agree that in that country it's the offense, but you're telling the news from America. He didn't wear a condom. That is so different than you calling him a rapist thousands and thousands of times.
And she also said she would get with him if she had the chance again.
They're not even pressing the charges against him, right? They don't even see that as being a crime.
I think one of them was actually really upset. I remember reading she was upset when she found out that they were accused, that the police they never did file charges, but that they were trying to go forward with something like that.
Yeah,
and it's very much amazing.
Sorry, go ahead. I've got quite a bit of lag.
No, I was just going to say that they're definitely criminalizing him before he's even. They don't even want to look at the facts again. I pointed to this earlier. There's been a lot of evidence that hasn't been mentioned and it's been suppressed too. And I worry about evidence being planted in his U.S. case too, which hopefully never actually happens. But we have to worry about that as well.
Well, yeah, the 17 counts of... Go ahead.
I'm extremely worried about his health, and I've specifically stayed away from it. I don't want to. I'd like to make that abundantly clear. I am not going into conspiracy theory territory, but with the people that we're dealing with, and I'm telling the CIA, the NSA, these people kill people on a regular basis. That is what we do. I don't think that there is any argument in that.
I agree. Yeah.
That he's being poisoned, and I don't think that is beyond a rational concern. And us not being able to have access to him bothers me.
Right. I honestly was thinking that too, and I agree with you. It's hard because you don't want to sound like you're pushing a conspiracy theory. However, it's really not, because this is something that has happened before, and it's very odd that all of a sudden he's not doing so well, because I think a journalist was just talking about how she met him and he seemed to be in good spirits, and then this decline has been very rapid, and it happened quickly. Once he got into the prison, this started to happen, and he lost a lot of weight. So I don't think your point is off by any means.
Yeah, it happened before, and because we actually have this example with us, like one of our friends, Matt, the Hart case. He was tortured by the FBI and imprisoned, and he was then also taken to a medical facility. And the medical facility reported that there was a case of drug-induced psychosis. It's literally what they noted down. So there was suggested that they used drugs against him in the interrogations.
Probably psychedelics or stimulants, one or the other.
Yeah.
They do all of these things, and the story that comes out, because we don't have access to him, there isn't a lot of information that comes out. But a story, he's too sick to come to court or testify, that is not a medical diagnosis of any sort. People don't just, we don't know. This is 2019, right? I can go into the hospital right now and they can tell me if I've got money, right? They will do a body scan and they will tell me absolutely everything that is wrong with me, down to my DNA and what cancers I might be prone to getting, right? But in this case, it's, he's getting very, very sick.
That's a good point. There's not much information.
Yeah, I worry about it this is another place we already had a whistleblower, spy killed in London by being poisoned. Him and his daughter with radiation in the water, but I don't even want to go down that path. I think that it's important for us to keep him so much in the news that we do get things like access to him, so we can make sure.
You know what I mean? That poisoning is not out of the question. You know what I mean? Like with ricin or arsenic. I mean, that could mimic the same thing with the weight loss. That he's been having.
People just don't like I said. It's 2019. It's not like we've got mystery. Hey, I don't know. He had the vapors and got sick or whatever. Like you have the flu. You have a pneumonia. You have a stomach infection. There's all sorts of just this ominous. Hey, he's getting so sick. He can't even talk, and that's it.
That's pretty bad.
And nobody's
in any medical sense.
There's only one problem with all these theories, and that is the fact that Assange is actually not a guy who keeps quiet, and his lawyers aren't keeping quiet either. So if he would have the feeling that he gets poisoned, he would talk about it, and his lawyers too.
This is the thing. In the paper, it said, and I haven't been able to ask anybody, it said that he was gagged when they talked to him, when they put him in there. So he, is why this was written in letter form. And I thought when I first read the paper that meant that he was gagged, as in there was a gag order, but it doesn't say gag order, it says gag. And I would like a little bit of confirmation. And does that mean that he was literally gagged and unable to talk?
See, I thought gag order too. That's a really interesting point. But don't you think he would, they probably do monitor what he writes, of course, we know that. But you think that would be something that we would know, maybe?
It's a terrible situation for when you've got organizations that terrible things. I won't even get into the whatever list of what you want. Look up in the last 20 years and pick one. Those kind of people, I think that it is very scary to me, and I worry that those are the kind of people that they're interested in him, and because of those, that's why we need oversight. Fair enough that you want to charge him, fair enough that you want to get information. How come we're not allowed to see him? So that doesn't make sense to me. You're not doing it. It's kind of the thing they always tell us. If you're not doing anything wrong, would it matter if I talk to somebody that you're charging? You've got information, charge them.
Right. It's the same thing like, well, if you have nothing to hide, why can't we just, have access to, get into your computer or your phone
It just says
for national
that
security?
Assange was totally isolated and gagged. It doesn't say gag order, and I'm kind of stressed out about that. But
Are you talking about the lawyers who visited him like recently with his medical condition? Or?
Not this was day here when this letter came out.
Oh yeah, that's May 13. It was received by that guy.
Yeah, so I don't.
Yeah.
Does that mean that when he's not, and when he's in with his lawyer, he's allowed to talk, or when he's just in population? Like, are they keeping him gagged? That is something that this is a supermax for murderers and like people eaters and shit.
Yeah, I don't have an answer to that either. I do know that he said that he is not. He's only like allowed to like make one. He's allowed to make a phone call, but they have to like fight with each other actually, with the other people incarcerated, because there's only a 30 minutes open phone. The phone only works for like 30 minutes, and they all have to like fight who's allowed to make a call. And he's like he has to like fight every day to be able to even call his lawyers. Like literally.
Or Michael Cohen gets a 2-room cell with his own little work area and office. Nice.
I expected more from the UK, to be honest. I really expected more. Like even if you're going to credit him, to give him at least a little respect, because it is like he is still a journalist, and he's a journalist because the court even said it. So just treat him better, man. It's like insanity.
It's to make a point. When it comes to, again, like, them trying to charge him with this bogus charge, like, why are you working with the US? Like, what benefit is that to anybody? For our people, for the American people, like, why are you working with the US when you know it's so dirty?
Yeah, but like what I mean to say is like, even if you're going to work with the US, you're going to extradite him, why still treat him like an animal while he's still in your country? That's like that's such a disturbing thing. Like, why?
Yeah, because the US is mad at him. You have to torture the man.
Yeah, it's still the UK. You're like supposed to be like a democracy.
Sort of.
Yeah, that's what they claim,
obviously
right?
not. If you're willing to play ball with a tyrannical government that's, that's trying to turn. He's not even, like, he's a political prisoner for the U.S. and he's not even in the U.S. yet. It's mind-blowing. Like, you're doing the dirty work for another, for another. We drugged the UK to Iraq and Afghanistan. How did that work out for you?
Yeah, because it is about collateral murder, and UK was one of the countries of the coalition of the willing attacking Iraq. So, yeah, the dirt he has on Americans shooting people from an Apache, this dirt they also have about the UK, of course.
I'm sure, but I'm happy that it exposes the people that are corrupt. It's to say, well, he's gonna expose things that the UK did. You guys killed millions of people for nothing. There was no weapons of mass destruction. You invaded a country, destroyed lives, murdered men, women, and children wholesale, destroyed thousands and thousands of U.S. soldiers' lives, because now we have to deal with the fact that you sent us over there to murder innocent people.
Yeah, the French and the Germans refused to help the Americans in Iraq. It was the UK and actually my own country, the Netherlands, who joined the US in fighting that war. But the Germans and French were against it. So they
which you can always do. I know that they're refusing to load in Greece. They're refusing to load the weapons on the ships to go to Saudi Arabia. The dock workers have said they won't be complicit in genocide. I do see those kind of things happening in the world. We need more of it. Dock workers across the planet can refuse to load weaponry. When you're in the military, you have to sign a paper saying that you're okay with using nuclear weapons and and weapon sales or whatever you got to do to be a soldier, right? You sign a little paper. If you don't, you're a conscientious objector, and they send you to be like in the medical field or something. Worker in your union, sign that you refuse to load weapons. In the U.S.-driven arms deal. Sorry.
But perhaps maybe with a new prime minister, because there have been some potential candidates in the UK who have said that they are against extradition. Maybe with a change of leadership, there could be some hope, and I know that's very optimistic, but I think with Theresa May's resignation, there could be some good that comes out of this if the UK decides to put someone in power who is willing to do the right thing in this case.
Well, I mean, what are they doing? Isn't he meeting with him, and isn't Trump actually coming to England? I mean, I kind of had the sneaking suspicion that they were gonna.
Uh-oh.
I think he cut out.
Yeah. So I mentioned last week too that Sweden actually has protection against extradition to the United States because they are not allowed to extradite any political prisoners. The UK actually doesn't have this protection anymore. It's removed from the extradition agreement. So in that way, even if it's weird to say, the Sweden case, if he gets extradited to Sweden, would actually be useful for him. Because if he is in Sweden, he can't be extradited to the USA. Technically, I mean, but also the UK is limited to extradite him in the sense that the UK is not allowed to extradite people who will then be subject to torture.
To the death penalty too. That's why I think that. Yeah, that's why I think that. I wasn't surprised that the certain portions of the Espionage Act that he is being charged with, that he is not eligible for the death penalty. I wasn't surprised. However, I think if he is extradited to the U.S., that's when they would probably pile on additional charges to implement the death penalty. But you're right. They can't do that. And they can't with torture. We know he's going to be tortured. We know that if you look at any of the other cases of people in similar circumstances.
Yeah, so that was the fear at
they use the word like it's not. He will be tortured. You know, they will torture him, but they just say it's enhanced interrogation. I mean, they openly say that.
Yeah, but the fear was that they would have just like one little indictment, and it would be possible to extradite him like with a small thing, and that they would, like you're saying, pile up more charges when he is there. And that is why it is weird now that they are doing this now. This is clearly showing power over other countries. This is clearly showing their power. I
think so too. And I think they actually hurt themselves, the U.S. did, those who want to see him extradited here, by piling on so many charges in its overkill. More than 170 years in prison.
That's ridiculous.
I think it is ridiculous, and I definitely think any rational person has to look at that and see that it's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, I can't even imagine the mindset you'd have to be in to look at this case objectively and think that this is reasonable behavior by a country that is supposed to be a free country that advocates for human rights, or at least says.
Yeah, they say we
withdrew.
do.
No, we withdrew from the Human Rights Council and the Human Rights Treaty at
this
the UN.
year. Yeah, we did this year.
We don't even pretend to be down for human rights anymore. And I don't know how all of that fits into no man's land of Guantanamo and those secret prisons. You know, they've got these spots where, these rules say this and that, but since we're sending you to this part of the ocean, I know we've got some islands in the middle of the Pacific that we disappear people to. It doesn't count, right? So in America, we can't torture you, but since we're 5 feet in this corner, we can torture the crap out of you. You know, they do make those distinctions and those rules and those the in England takes a stand against this, but they're holding him now. And like I said, his health is a serious issue, and we can't even see him to make sure. He's obviously not getting medical care. You know, there's no he should be getting sick. He's a relatively young dude.
47,
right.
But young, yeah.
That's a middle-aged man. That's not somebody that should be, shriveling up, and blowing away in the wind. You know what I mean? There's no reason why he should be getting sick to the point he can't even talk. You know,
it
to
just
be
happened. And it just happened once he gets to the prison. So that's also cause for suspicion, right? Because
Well, he had a
it's like once
similar.
he gets there, they're saying
Yeah, he had a
he
similar.
was sick before.
Yeah,
but
exactly. Yeah, he was sick before, but we didn't know how bad it was. I think they might have been doing the same thing that they were in the embassy that they were doing now.
Yeah, because they changed kind of like his stay in the embassy in early 2018. They changed it from like a positive thing and giving him like access to all kind of rooms. They changed it into kind of like an incarceration situation. He was like restrained to like a small area. He was not allowed to go to the rest of the embassy anymore. And all happened with the change of government in Ecuador. The former
Right.
government was very much in support of Assange.
Right.
So-
And it's interesting because that happened when they cut off his internet. That happened the same month that the United States had issued the charges against him, the conspiracy to commit the hacking charge. Same month. So that's interesting because Ecuador must have known about it. Why would they cut off his internet? It's too, and that's a stretch potentially, but I think it's too coincidental.
Yeah,
I think
that
that's
charge
the
is
deal with-
absolutely bullshit too, because when that charge had gone down, Bradley Manning didn't know who he was when he was a he at that point. Didn't know who he was talking to. He was actually talking to his friend, who is a hacker, and he killed himself last year. But as far as a CFAA violation on Julian Assange, it's if they're gonna land that on him, all of the charges are false because he didn't hack anything.
Right, he didn't. I think it was, well, first of all, it was conspiracy, but they were saying, oh, well, he was encouraging,
Yeah, that was
Chelsea
after
needs to do
after
this.
it had happened, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
I go back to like I said, to Nixon, to Deep Throat, to all of the times where journalists have to expose corruption. That's why we have whistleblower
Laws.
Yeah, that's why we have those laws. That's why we want people to do this.
But if you shatter the status quo and it costs too many people too much money, then it's a problem.
That's not my problem.
Yeah, well,
We're not allowed to burn
that's what the
animal farms.
current state of affairs thinks. But it's un-American and it's unconstitutional. I'll tell you that. The way that
I would argue that
Go ahead.
it's definitely unconstitutional.
Yeah.
Reversible at the same point. We do have a lot of things coming up here. There's nothing that's been done can't be undone. I do, like, on a personal level, I know we've got, people that listen from from wherever. If you're one of the countries that's supporting this, you don't have to do this. To the UK government, you don't have to do this. You don't have to be the US's puppet. You don't have to torture this poor man for spreading the truth. You don't have to destroy his family. You don't have to make yourselves look bad. You don't have to do any of this. You can stand on the side of what's right. You can stand on the side of our rights. And I really, I not only hope, I pray that they wake up and stop all of this.
As a country, you're not alone on this, because the day they did this to Assange, they took him out of the embassy, the European Union actually did introduce the whistleblower protection law. It was not a coincidence that it was introduced on this day. And even though it might not help Assange anymore, it does show a clear message internationally that for future cases, they will do everything they can to protect it. There will not be an extradition anymore for these things. I'm not sure if it will help Assange in any way, but they did give out a message towards the USA. We actually created a whistleblower protection law now because of what you did. And we all voted for this. And a majority in the EU Parliament voted in favor of this, all the different countries. I'm not a big fan of the European Parliament at all, because they are some things that are even worse than in the US. But in this thing, Julia Reda, who is from the Pirate Party, and the Greens actually helped with this too. Actually did a great job getting this introduced. So,
and I guess in our mention of U.S. politicians and all of that. So, I mean, the U.S. Green Party has been extremely, extremely vocal on his.
well, yeah. All of them, right? Even Jill
Yeah,
Jill
all of
Stein
them.
is pretty outspoken.
I mean, she had a post I think earlier today as well. That's really direct. But we need more of it. We really need to stand. We say it over and over again. We know that unity is the key to all of this, but we really have to stand united for our First Amendment rights, for our freedom of the press.
Yeah, and that freedom of the press thing is
control the
real
people.
thing.
Free the press and free the people. That's a no.
Yeah, and that is now at risk because and that is what Tyler also said. They can't prove that Julian Assange was actually the person talking to Manning.
The guy who
what
did
they can,
it. The guy
what
who
they are
did
now
it is
trying.
dead. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and then what they are now trying is the whole conspiracy thing. Like Taylor said, they are going to say this is a conspiracy, this is a criminal organization, right? So this is like the whole organization is doing this together, and Assange is, of course, the leader of this organization, so he's going to be put in jail for conspiracy of doing this. But that is why all the media are scared now, because they are realizing that the information has been fed to all these media, New York Times, all these people, and they have been publishing it. They are part of this conspiracy now. They are part of this criminal organization in a legal sense. And that is why they are now scared that they will also be limited soon and that their journalists can also get arrested. I'm not sure if it will happen.
I think they'll hold it over them to get them to play ball and to push stories and to do the propaganda game. I can't, you can't name a news organization that hasn't covered one of Julian's, one of WikiLeaks stories and hasn't used information from WikiLeaks in their stories, as a source for where they're getting the information and covering.
Exactly. They've benefited from WikiLeaks. And now these are the same organizations that are remaining silent. Sure, we've seen some, talk show hosts and journalists maybe say a little something about it, but it's certainly not enough. But as a whole, like the New York Times and the Guardian especially, who work closely, they're not saying anything. And it's weird because it's not in their interest to not speak out. So it doesn't make sense. And also Mike Pompeo, who I think is honestly a dangerous person with the things that he has said over the years, called WikiLeaks a hostile intelligence agency and said that Edward Snowden and Julian Assange were enemies of the American people, when really it's the exact opposite. Like, these are people who are, I like to say that they're men of the people. They're for the people. What they've done has benefited us and was done for us. So you see this sort of flipping the switch here with them kind of calling them out for something that they're not. And it kind of reminds me of the point brought up earlier about the rapist name calling sort of thing. When the one case where he wasn't, they're actually saying it.
Yeah. And
I mean, it's how they open the story, when even, when you go through and you see, that he's getting sick, they open it up with, accused rapist Julian Assange. No. WikiLeaks founder and political prisoner Julian Assange, right, is what the story should read, but they specifically put that in there because of its effect. And I'm someone that works closely with the Me Too movement. And I really do take offense to it being used as a weapon in the way that it's being used. That's so disrespectful to all of the people that have been raped, all of the victims of Roy Moore, the victims of R. Kelly, all of the victims of these predators, right, of these actual rapists, right, are being disrespected when they try to use rape as a weapon like this, especially when they know it's not true.
Right, it's dangerous. And that's why I think it's dangerous, like I said, with Mike Pompeo, who's somebody that needs to definitely be held accountable for things that he said. That's very dangerous because people hear what he says, and people that aren't naturally inclined to question what they hear him say these inflammatory comments and statements, and they take it all in and they believe it. And it's dangerous and it's irresponsible.
Repercussions of getting on national TV and saying, like, there's plenty. We can go through 20, 30 different congressmen and senators and talk show hosts that went through and demanded or said they would have Julian Assange killed. Now, when you weigh any of the names from that, you went on national TV and threatened a journalist with death? than the Saudi prince having Khashoggi killed.
Right.
Like, you literally went on national TV and threatened to have a journalist murdered.
Doesn't that say a lot about us, the fact that not us, but viewers as a whole, hearing that and seeing that, and that just being like a normal thing to say? And okay, I remember their political pundit said that they should just shoot the son of a bitch, illegally shoot the son of a bitch, or something along those lines. That was okay to say. That's been okay. So we kind of have to reverse a lot of this damage that's been done and the information that has already been fed to the masses. And granted, it was years ago, but still, I mean, statements like that stick.
Yeah, but then you say, look, if just a random person says something like that, it's an extremely scary threat. When somebody sits on the Armed Services Committee, when somebody has their finger on drone strikes, when somebody has control over clandestine hit squads and SEAL Team 6, that is scary, right? That's not like somebody just off the bat, off the cuff in a talk show saying, haha, we should have that son of a bitch killed, right? That's not what you said.
Right.
These are really dangerous people that have access to drone strikes, right? These are the same people that have no problem killing innocent children with drones threatening you. That's totally different.
That's true.
Hit squad and mercenaries, Blackwater, that is scary. They're not treated like that. If you went on and said that about anybody else, if it was in reverse and a journalist went on there, if one of us went on there and said we should have this person or that person killed, there would be a SWAT team at our house in minutes.
Yeah. A journalist could never say this on air. Like, I want to have this
I didn't even name a name, because shit, they will cut that up and be like fast opening my window in a heartbeat, right? We could go through, but if you even said it in joking, there's a good chance they would charge you with terroristic threats and this and that. But in this case, you can go on national TV and say it 1,000 times over.
Right, that's very true. They would change it, or they'd at least investigate it. Absolutely, and that just shows that there is more protection for those in power, and they're just not having to adhere, and we all know this, or they just don't have to adhere to the same rules and regulations that we do. And they're also granted much more leniency in things that they say and do. And that was trying to be disrupted by WikiLeaks. They saw that, they didn't like it, and now they want to make sure it never happens again. And so they're trying to make an example of a journalist.
I think, like a good-hearted dude. I think he was doing it all for the right reasons. He could have sold some of these stories for publicity. He probably could have sold some of these stories to the government for straight-up cash.
Oh, yeah, and make tons of money off of it, yeah.
Oh, and on those Clinton emails, how much do you think the Clintons would have paid for you to keep that underneath your shirt?
Oh, she would have done anything.
Oh, 100%. And I mean, he could have, if he was that kind of person, and I would be surprised if people hadn't approached him with it, in one way or another, for all kinds of stories. But he seems to be a good-hearted person that's put in a terrible situation, in hoping that we stand up on his behalf. It's not, he didn't put out a fight for me, he didn't put out a, burn this motherfucker down, right? He put out a thing to protect him, right? To make sure that the word gets out. That was it. Someone calling for help is so much different than someone calling for vengeance. I think that shows a lot about who he was, or who he is. Dear God, yeah, who he is.
Yeah, who he is. Yeah, but there's just so much misinformation, and it was the weirdest thing because there's people all trolling social media all the time, of course, but now claiming that, he's in the CIA and which makes no sense, which is the most idiotic. It makes absolutely no sense. But yeah, people were saying that all over Twitter, coming at me with that.
I saw a lot, and that's not even recent. I've seen it a lot of times when you would post on the more non-sites and some of those activist sites. Boom! Immediately you would get, he's the CIA agent, he's an NSA agent.
He's
You know,
working
they
for
give me this whole, like,
the other ones is he's working for Putin, which is far from it.
Yeah, but it is
But
because he's been able to do it for so long, and they can't even imagine that there are actually crypto anarchists like him who were very capable of actually fighting back. And he's coming from a very old hacker community.
Yeah, he was
and
Mandex,
he
bro.
does actually have the friend. Yeah, and he does actually have the friends and the skills to fight back, and that is why he survives. And for people to say like, no, if he was real, he would already be dead and stuff like that. No, this is actually a guy who knows how to fight back against the system, and this is actually someone you can learn from too.
I don't know how will ever be released. I'm not sure, what they're waiting for, or what. Yeah, I don't. The Dead Man Switch, and the information that's in that, I don't know. I know there was a call that was put out for people to start releasing information that they have, though. Nothing classified or illegal, but information that exposes corruption. So there has been that call put out, but he hasn't released anything.
I think this is a great example of someone making great use. And again, I'm not in the. He made great use of his knowledge of computers, the internet, and that sort of thing. Because the way that it was set up was done brilliantly, because WikiLeaks has been able to survive. So of course, like the internet and all of that this is an example of it being used for good.
Do what it's designed to, and that's to spread information, and we would like that information to be the truth. Which seems
literally been an uphill battle, since day one, when, with WikiLeaks, but they have a pretty good team to move stuff around so they can keep their stuff up,
They've tried everything, they tried to pull
Visa, MasterCard.
Yeah, geez, like they tried everything.
Well, it actually was a smart move for WikiLeaks to move to cryptocurrency so early on, because now they're sitting on all those bitcoins, which are worth.
Yeah, that is how it backfired. Because they went to crypto, and suddenly it started rising in value, and now they became rich because of crypto. So yeah.
I believe they put out a tweet too, thanking.
Thanks for making me rich.
Yeah.
I believe it. I do see it having the opposite effect. I know that we've talked about that, but in the moment, in the fight before it, what it causes is what makes the opposite effect, not that event by itself. Ends up being the kind of moment in time. When you look back, Selma wasn't what caused the change in the civil rights movement, but it was, a part that changed the direction and caused people to stand up and want change.
Speaking of which, I think WikiLeaks is suing Visa or MasterCard right now in court. I think they're going to win. It was for the rejection of a payment that was directed towards them.
Yeah, well, once if they use the word terrorism, then they can start messing with your money and doing all sorts of others.
Not exactly, Terrence. They really can't, though. They have to prove it in court, though. So they just made the choice arbitrarily without discussing it legally to anybody, which is kind of a crime.
Well, I thought that was what we were. Yeah, I agree. But I thought that's kind of that's what we did with the RAN as well. We just kind of went in and took all the money.
That's basically what Visa
one way or another we
did. Was in 2010 or was it 12? I think it was 12, right? Right, John?
What was that? What is 2010?
Oh yeah, when Visa and MasterCard pulled WikiLeaks off their payment system.
2010, I think it happened.
Right.
It started. Yeah.
Oh, it took them 10 years to get to it, huh? That's a long time ago now.
Oh, they have a lawsuit now.
Yeah, they have a lot going on. It can't be 10 years because that would put them above. Normally, you have like a 7-year limit. Maybe not with money stuff. Maybe you got a little more since it has to deal with money.
But they ban people all the time. You don't really. It's like social media. You don't really have to break any rules.
Oh yeah, they did. They did
Service.
it to my friend's business.
They just get rid of you.
Yeah, my friend was in Arizona. He was selling nootropics, and because they weren't exactly illegal and they weren't exactly legal, Mastercard decided to drop him as a merchant, and he had to. He basically almost went into debt because of it.
Which is weird. I know PayPal can do it because they're like a commercial company, but payment providers should have more difficulty with that. Especially banks. I mean, they're responsible for the payment system, and they shouldn't be able to just ban you for your. If it's legal, it's legal. They should not be able to ban you, and especially for political opinions or whatever. So, yeah.
Well, Soros has bought into Visa pretty heavy and PayPal.
Yeah, that's good to explain it. I mean, PayPal is known to do it, but I mean, you saw it with these other guys like Alex Jones and stuff, right? They lost all their stuff too. So, yeah, but I mean, banks should not take political positions because they are responsible for like functioning of the
all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's weird. They're responsible for the economy, the functioning of the economy. Should not be political, but it's difficult.
Well, we know, there is a political agenda behind it, and there always has been.
Yeah.
The big banking families were part of the structurization of the. I don't want to get all weird on you guys, but the New World Order that was thought about 300 years ago from the elite families in Europe.
Yeah.
So they've always been kind of political.
Yeah.
They were always funding wars on and betting on both sides.
Of course, yeah, that's where the money is, right? It is not just in stuff going up; it also goes in stuff going down. Yeah. They were already speculating against certain countries who were like they knew they would lose the war, and they would speculate against them, and the rest would think like, no, they will win this, so they would like benefit so much from that, like with the UK and Napoleon and all that stuff. Yeah, it's just how it goes. These people are smart. I can't actually blame them if they're like know how to do it, but it shows little respect to the normies.
Yeah, it's like if you're gonna fund a war, fund both sides and pick the winner.
I was like in an episode I also mentioned on the air already that like in World War I, it was like the Dutch government was selling cocaine to all the different armies fighting in World War I, all the different soldiers. They were like literally they cut off the Americans, the British and stuff from their cocaine supply. And they were like literally supplying it to like the UK, the Germans, and the French and stuff on the battlefield. And they were all like getting like liquid cocaine and stuff. And there's like and you know what was the co-owner of the cocaine factory? This is all true, and this is all registered. This is not a conspiracy theory. The co-owner of this was the Dutch royal family. They were like. They were owners.
Yeah, they made their money through honorable means.
This is the same guy who put like these are the same guys who with the British put the Chinese into an
the opium
addiction.
Yeah, opium wars. If you don't buy our opium, we will kill you.
So these are the same guys who go into Afghanistan and secure the poppy fields, right?
Yeah.
So these are the same people.
Who keeps on hiring these people? How do we get in these like endless loops of systemic
war?
The CIA
corruption.
The Department of State and the CIA essentially work together now.
That can't be good.
But what good has any of those alphabet agencies ever really done? Like,
we've never been able to discover one, and we're looking. I always, no matter how much I look, I always find
the CIA is always that weird kid in the corner that's always doing some weird shit. You know, I mean, like remote viewing, and then we had the experimentation of psychedelics and prisoners. But like, what real good have they ever done since the creation of the CIA?
I'm gonna get some dead air here because I have literally I've never been able to find it. Something like at the time, it always sounds like a good idea. So you got to look back, 5 years, look back 5 years, and look at the operation, and you're like, "Yep, I'm glad they did that." And you just won't find one.
I have friends, in the military, and they used to tell me, whenever the CIA would give them intel, it would always turn out to be wrong. Like, I don't know if you had the same experience, Terrence.
Yeah, pretty close. Pretty close. I mean, everything we were told about the war was wrong. So, I mean, when you look back and we're fighting for their home in a country that you illegally invaded. The intel that we got was pretty bad, but as long as you went in and told them what they wanted to hear, then they gave you money and guns.
Well, all the U.S. intelligence did is parrot whatever the Israelis were saying.
Well, yeah, we get our intel from them, though.
And the area, and they don't even hide it. They'll just straight up they just straight up lie to us, and we're happy for it. I don't know.
Just on the NATO banner, Western.
Look at the false flag from the oil tankers last week, and that is like just completely.
Oh, from Iran? Iran, or was that?
Iran. Yeah. We just completely forget about it. Like it didn't even happen. Not another mention. Just
we shipped over 1,500 troops back to Iraq over it, and I think they're not covering it on purpose because I think the original number they wanted to send over there was 10,000 troops to prepare for a war for Iran.
Satellite images of the oil tankers, and there is no damage on them.
I believe it.
We posted that absolutely everywhere, but yeah, when we got those satellite images, showed no damage, and that was really the last time that we heard anything about it. And once again, as we've mentioned over and over and over here, there is no repercussions for setting up a false flag or trying to murder innocent people by the millions.
That happened, throughout America's history. You look at Gulf of Tonkin, the sinking
but
of
again,
the Lusitania never didn't.
There should be.
Go ahead.
Exactly, was blown up inside. There's no, but just because it's happened before, like that doesn't mean that we can't have repercussions for it now. There should be serious repercussions for mass murder. You attempt to kill one, and they put you in jail for a long time. That is attempted murder. They attempted to kill millions of innocent.
Bush still has a warrant out for his arrest in the Netherlands. So
I think, is it Spain or Italy? One of them. They have a tendency to arrest like random war criminals every once in a while. Like he's on one of their lists as well. But I mean, it'll never happen. I mean, it's not their job.
In The Hague, they are convicted for war crimes in Nicaragua as well, the American government, by the UN court. So, officially they are convicted. They have to make repair payments, but they have never made repair payments. They were convicted to make repair payments as the American government. Yeah.
Weren't
never will.
Weren't we just giving them? Weren't we giving them guns in exchange for cocaine? Or was that El Salvador? I can't remember.
What else are you going to trade guns for?
That was Iran Contra.
Oh yeah.
So the UN court the UN court is trying to put an investigation into crimes in Afghanistan of the United States, but the United States has taken away her visa. She's not allowed in the country anymore. This is the UN court inspector. They are investigating against the US now, but the US was able to remove,
stop them from entering the country.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds
For
about
real?
right.
Yeah. It was like on. It was like all over Twitter like last week, but
I mean, they arrested. I mean, this has been, the targeting of journalists has been pretty blatant. You guys saw it at Standing Rock. They targeted journalists specifically. And again, just like, they didn't take away their visas, but when the UN inspectors were at Standing Rock, they arrested them.
Did they? I didn't know about that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they arrested the people that were, and these were the UN observers. They arrested them along with, they were given orders to arrest journalists specifically to target, the two targets they were given were journalists and the elderly. And they were hoping to take out, the elder leadership. But yeah, when you look at the list of people that were their number one targets, it was journalists at number one to incapacitate or arrest, elders, and medical staff.
So I dumped the article about that UN visa in the general chat, Tyler, so you can check it. It's from Reuters, but it's on another media too.
Okay.
Before we close up here, I do have some kind of emergency information we got to go over.
We got like 45 minutes, I think.
Yeah, 3 minutes, I think.
Yeah.
Just wait to the last 5 minutes and then speed read through stuff in the last 5 minutes. And I want to make sure that we get out as much as we possibly can. These storms across the U.S., it is, we're doing, we're getting out as many supplies as we can, but people need to be, to be prepared. I guess I'll go directly into it. First you make a small backpack, a go bag that you keep if you're in Tornado Alley, if you're in, flood zones, that you keep in a reachable position with just some water, a small medical kit. You can get them for a couple of bucks at Wally World, some non-perishable food, and a flashlight. Start with that. If you can make something bigger than that, then do it. If you can't, then, start small, just enough to get you an emergency. The Kickapoo Reservation is in an extremely dangerous place right now. I know a lot of people on the reservation now are listening. Their dam is about to give out. If you have the opportunity to leave, please leave. Contact ABB, contact me, Terrence Daniels, Captain Planet, or contact the Disaster Relief Council. I sit on the Disaster Relief Council as well. You can contact them directly. But if we can get you out of there, we will. But once the dam goes, we cannot get to you. It will be impossible for several days. If you guys look at the last set, there's several reasons. There's tornadoes and flooding. A lot of the resources, government-wise, are already in use. And third on the list, they do not give a shit about indigenous people, right? You saw that from all the other flooding throughout the Midwest. They do not care about us. They will not be coming for you, and we cannot get to you when the floods are that high. It's just too dangerous with power lines and stuff. We will not be able to get to you. So please, if you do have the ability to evacuate, I know they've given you the evacuation order. I know a lot of people want to stay. Please, for the safety of you and your family, just take off for a little bit, and we will come back stronger than before. But it does us no good to lose your lives in a flood. And the time, once it's already that it's already busted, it's too late then. Please, I know there's been argument about staying, and the houses are built a little bit higher up and all of that. Please, if you have the opportunity, please leave now, and we will find a way to get you somewhere safe for the couple of days until all of this passes. So yeah, that was what I needed to get out. Again, you can contact the ABB Live Show. And just put a mark on there, for disaster relief. You can contact me directly or contact the Disaster Relief Council, and we'll help you any way we can.
Okay, well that's a good message. And so Terrence Daniels, you can reach him on Twitter or Facebook. And if you contact ABB Show, we will also forward everything to him then, everything about it. So. And
it's just, this is, we've had. Hundreds of tornadoes there's the flooding is out of control. Like we are at it nonstop trying to get people supplies, and when things are so rough right now. I mean, it's a bad time, anytime to have a flood, but it seems like, we're used to dealing with a couple of emergencies. We haven't even started the first couple of storms in the summer or springtime, summer storms. This isn't even like the actual storm season yet, so it get rough. But I mean, number one is to take care of people, yourself and your family. Everything in your house you can replace. If you talk to your ancestors, if you talk to your family, they rather have you alive and then some item or be attached to some house or property when you can come back when the floods leave. It does us no good to lose good people when we can get you out. Danger is coming. Fortunately, this is a little bit of a debate in the area, but I mean, just please, make sure that you and your family are taken care of. Take off, and we will find a way to take care of you. Of other tribal members that if it's just a place to stay or any of that, we can find a place for you guys to hang out for a little bit till this all passes. But if that dam goes and you're underneath it, there's nothing that we can do. Even if we load up the flatbeds right, the flat bottoms right now and take off, it would still take several days for us to get into the area to pull anybody out. But yeah, I just want to, like I said, make sure that you're taken care of, and a small little go bag can make all the difference. Some batteries, a little charger for your phone, so some little snacks just in case you get cut off for a little bit. You can get some food in your belly and some water, and that's a good start to make sure that you at least have some of the emergency stuff that you need when one of these climate change emergencies happens. That was it. That was all I needed to make sure to get out.
Okay, I think that was clear. Hey, but there might also be some people who are just tuning in, and we were starting about these upcoming actions for Assange, and you can actually find everything about the new street actions for Assange at the Action for Assange hashtag on Twitter. I want to say that too before we end the show, because we had the other guest in, and he had to leave a few hours ago. But he was trying to spread the hashtag Action for Assange, and you can also check that out if you're interested in doing something for WikiLeaks and Assange.
I really like this.
Oh no, go ahead.
What I was saying, especially with the geography, I mean, I noticed that he is from Midwest. It's really important to get that community of people, especially active and spreading this message. So it's good to see somebody of a different area, the Midwest of this country, spreading the message. So I'm absolutely support this. We'll be retweeting this, absolutely. But I think it's a really, really important start because we need as much as we can. And again, this country is, the United States is a big country, and we need to move beyond just DC and, to the other portions.
Who is this guy? Where is it here? Programmer Ola Beni. Did we talk about him and this guy that's locked up in Ecuadorian jail?
Yeah,
we should talk about him a little more, I think.
Yeah, I think we did kind of go over it, but yeah, I think we should maybe, because we do have some people that just tuned in, and we'll kind of give a rundown of some of the other that are being arrested.
He's a Swedish programmer, and he was working with WikiLeaks. He still is actually, and he's arrested in Ecuador, and he's been living in Ecuador for a few years already. So he's pretty much only arrested for alleged links to Julian Assange and WikiLeaks. It's not really anything solid, but it has to do with alleged links, and. He's a programmer, and
Well, again, they're painting him as being, arrested for a hack, and he's not been arrested for a hack. He's not been charged for a hack, although he does have the skills to do it. He's working as a journalist. That wasn't, that's nothing that he's being accused of. And they're kind of using some of the skills that he has to paint him as something that he's not even doing or being accused of in this case.
Yeah, well, early on during his arrest, they actually said that because the rest of the threat that Assange was going to be taken out of the embassy, Assange and we all received the intel that this was going to happen like a week, maybe like 10 days before it happened, right? I mean, like we with ABB, we were broadcasting the live stream aimed at the embassy. We knew we would be arrested. This intel leaked, right? And the story was created by the media that Ola Bini and other hackers actually hacked into the systems of the Ecuadorian president, and that they actually got the intel from there. So but there was also the story made that they tried to blackmail the president, but they later retracted that whole story. But it was like the starting story that they wanted to like blackmail the president by hacking all his stuff, not to arrest Assange. So, yeah, that is. But now it turned into like the general hacking thing. That like you're saying, Terence, and it's like the participation in the crime of assault on the integrity of computer systems.
Oh, that sounds. I mean, if that doesn't sound made up.
Yeah, I was gonna say even the greatest hacker in the world couldn't have gotten that intel. I mean, they'd have to have a direct man in the middle attack to your fucking cell phone to do something like that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying, Mark?
Yeah. Of course.
You see like the progression. First it's harass them, then it's arrest. Well, nobody said anything about the arrest of this guy that's innocent, so we can we can take that further step. Nobody said anything. They keep going as long as as long as we allow them to keep going.
Yeah. Well, all I can say about this is they can claim it is a hack. Well, what I actually want listeners to know is that even if you are facing like a dangerous government who is attacking you, who wants to like imprison you and stuff, there are always people inside such governments who will they don't really like what's going on, and they can actually inform you about what's going to happen. And in Assange's case, yeah, he was tipped off a week or two before it actually happened, and they just gave him a heads up, and it was not involved in any hack or whatever. But there are people in government, in the Ecuadorian government, who actually do support WikiLeaks and whistleblowers. So that's all you actually have to know about it.
A lot of support in the Yellow Vest movement, although there are a lot of stormtroopers out there. We have gotten help and support from law enforcement, from the military, from other people. So I mean, I know that once we start getting those groups on our side, it really starts changing it. And that's what I mean, where you can't find anybody to arrest them. Like you can go out and talk about it all you want, but then you're just an angry dude on his lawn demanding people get arrested. It has no ability to get anything done. It takes us going along with it for it to have any teeth. We probably have a few on our show that support what we're doing in one manner or another. And I urge all of those people to stand with us. Now is the time for unity. Wrong is wrong. The words, "I was just doing my job," is normally never said on anything that's good. You have to say the words, "I was just doing my job." Chances are you're not doing your job. That's always the excuse. Well, if you knew it was wrong to break people's First Amendment rights, then why you did it? I was just doing my job. That's not your job. That's definitely not. In fact, it's the exact opposite.
Right. That's just a lack of courage.
It is. I mean, look, if that it is the one person stands up and inspires a million, inspires a billion, and that's exactly what's here. I mean, they have taken a real stand against this kind of corruption, against tyranny, against the military industrial complex, real evil, merchants of death. And because of that, we have to stand with them. Their sacrifice can't be for nothing. To be, and it shouldn't be.
Yeah, I also have to. I don't think like you can actually blame all these people for not standing up because they're afraid to lose what they have and stuff. But to these people who are not, who you're not brave enough to stand up, you can always do a little thing. And if you can, if you can't risk your entire job, you can try to find something you can actually do. I mean, every
I
little
mean,
thing is appreciated.
for us, shares, likes, for people spreading the word, making, protesting, organizing, doing live streams and shows and writing it and talking about it and all of that. But for the people that are on news, look, Wolf Blitzer isn't going to lose support for speaking out on behalf of Julian Assange. Like, actually do it. Stand with the people. Have some journalistic integrity. We can name off, a whole bunch of people that claim to be, extremely, progressive. Now's the time to stand up with the people. He's, whether you like everything that he says, it's the truth, and he's a journalist. Like, we really need everyone to stand united with it.
Right. And I understand the point that, you kind of can't blame the people for not, if they have a lot to lose. I think Mark was making this point. Like, I could see that, but then again, you get into this other territory of that's just being complicit as well by allowing these abuses to happen.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, maybe you can start by doing the little things. At least do something. And if you're really scared to like lose what you have and stuff, you're becoming like complicit. But maybe you can do actually you can start by doing the little things that you won't risk your job. By like try to find out ways around it. Like, try, if you are supportive, but you are scared, but you are really supportive, try to find ways around that system.
I mean, there's certain people. Look, Anderson Cooper is not going to lose support. Is not going to lose viewers for speaking the truth.
No, of course not. No.
There's
an example. Like, if you're maybe you are like a famous person and you're afraid to speak out, but you are capable and you have contacts on social media and stuff you trust. Maybe you can actually create like a sock account with a different name, and you can still use your contacts to get like a word out because you trust your contacts. Like, you ask them to like repost something from you, they are aware it's you, but the outside world isn't, and they will still spread this for you. Such things you can do.
I've been, I look at things like Pam Anderson has been, like nonstop posting and tweeting and doing her part, and like very few of her celebrity contemporaries, right? None of them are supporting her.
Right. She actually called upon Hollywood to start stepping up, right?
I think besides a few here or there, I mean, and people that are close to her, and they're not. It's not on their pages. It's not on their Twitter accounts. I've been, through one of those. The one of them, she said 68 retweets. So when you're looking,
they're pretty much like everybody else. They're worried about their careers and futures and all that. It's just,
But we're the ones that watch the movies. You know what I mean? Like, we're the ones that watch the movies and buy your stuff and listen to your music and buy your stuff and your shoes and clothing lines and all of that crap. Like, why not stand with the people? It's not like the movie companies. That's great, but unless we're going to see the movies, they're not. It doesn't matter.
Well, they're another group. They're like the gatekeeper media. They're controlled by the CIA and people above, corporates. There's certain topics you don't hit, and it's pretty disgusting. But you just see it over and over. They only go so
far. Yeah, I mean, I would like, you can think I can think of 100 different celebrities that could retweet one of her tweets. Don't retweet one of our tweets, retweet one of her tweets, right? You could share one of those and have 1 million people follow it, 1 million people see it, people that might not even know what's going on. I think she's even, shared the take action to protect Assange post. There was another one, 41 shares. And you can look down at some of the stupid posts that other celebrities have made in that same time that are close and are her friends. Like, come on, guys, stand with us, do your part.
Yeah, I agree. These people are in, highly influential positions. And if they could see that and use that for good and spread the message, I mean, that would be tremendously helpful. But I was happy to see her call upon Hollywood, asking them, I believe, for more support, because there could be, you see a lot of celebrities rally behind certain politicians to try to gain more popularity with that politician. Oftentimes it backfires. But I think in a case with this, just awareness and being exposed to the message is so important, and could happen through her and the people she's affiliated with.
I agree. And I mean, it's definitely personal for her and some others, but for the celebrities, I'm not asking that you post like nonstop political and revolutionary stuff, but I'll post this. It's a good one to post about. It's as we do, all of us are willing, to do what we can do on the bottom, but for those that are in that kind of position of celebrity and have those giant platforms, like, you can use them for a little bit of good. Like Killer Mike has spoke out, and some other people speak out, but we need to be unified.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, you think that some of the older people would get involved. I mean, their careers are pretty much over in Hollywood. What do they really have to lose? You already have all your money and fame.
I think even coming out in support of Assange, I don't think that would even be career ending necessarily for a.
No, if anything.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I don't think it would be career ending. I don't think it would be an unpopular thing to do to support Assange and to support a free press. I don't think at all. If they have at many of their award ceremonies, these celebrities can spout out their political opinions. They could share a tweet. They could do that.
It doesn't.
Well, they'll jump up and down about the LGBT stuff all day long, and that's 10-20% of the population. I mean, this is an even bigger issue that affects everybody. I just don't see why they don't get involved.
I think she's right. I think a lot of people are scared, but I also think that in this case, there's really nothing to be scared of. So, I mean, the whole, that being political is going to I mean, every time that a recent celebrity has came out on a real issue, they've gotten overwhelming support. Jason Momoa is shaving his beard for ocean plastic. That was huge. And normally, even being seen as a tree hugging hippie or something like that, maybe you would think is negative, but that's just not the world we live in anymore. They're celebrities and they're idols to stand up for things other than fast cars and boats and money.
Right. And also at this time, I mean, it's kind of, I hate that excuse too, though. I'm like, oh, this could be career ending. Not that was suggested at all, but it's like, how could they say this, or how could that even be a talking point when there is somebody who has risked so much for our right to know? And that person is probably being, we don't know, but probably not being tortured potentially, or at least not being treated well in a prison. Like, how could we, give excuses?
The other way.
Yeah.
I mean, just anybody, regardless, like, that's just not how we treat other human beings. We do have, on one side, that's the thing, right? Are we or are we not a nation of laws? Right? That was that's the mantra. Well, this is not how the rule of law states we treat people.
Yeah, it is not like no celebrity stood up for him. There were some celebrities aligned with him, like famous people like Oliver Stone and stuff. Oliver Stone aligned with him. That other journalist, Chris Hatches, he's like pretty famous. John Pilger, they're all very influential speakers too. So you're not in bad company if you're supportive of Assange. I mean, there are he certainly has some support, but it's like.
Few and far between, and then places like The Daily Show, which is something that I really, really like, and
But also like the smart people, like actually like scientists, like Noam Chomsky, for example, is very supportive of him. Also, Yanis Varoufakis, who is like one of the I feel like one of the greatest economic professors that there is in right now. These guys are very supportive of him. Yeah.
There is support, right? I mean, I'm not saying that at all, but I'm kind of urging everybody that if you can do a little bit more, if you can talk to somebody, if you can use your platform or your profile to just make one post, just a free Assange or protect Assange hashtag. Yeah. We know what that means. And show your support. It really can, all of us doing it really can have a big effect. And that, although the having a big platform and the celebrities is fine, but it can mean just as much to that one person sharing it puts it over the limit. One person that normally wouldn't see it, and it gets to another circle and starts to, and get that effect where it hits that critical mass. We can all kind of do our part, but I am kind of scolding the celebrities. Like, there's no reason for y'all to get on, especially not how many movies have they made about journalism, about undercover journalism, about breaking the story. You know what I mean? You guys love making money off of that story. Like, support us.
Yeah. Pamela Anderson is not the only want to support him either. As a famous a female. I mean, like Lady Gaga was also a big supporter of Julian Assange in the past. Yeah, I don't know. We need much more support, of course, because the celebrities are like the real change makers with the normal public, with like the general public. They don't listen to us activists like they should, and like activists listen to us, and we all unite easily over these things. But we need like these how do you call it, influencers, for the normal people, and that's why they help.
Come on.
yeah, PewDiePie would be a great one, and he actually did help out with the whole ACTA thing, like with the whole ACTA 2 thing. So he could help out with this too.
There is that fear that somehow it's going to lose them viewers or lose them, things, and I think lose them support. And I really do think it's the opposite. Like, people like seeing their celebrities standing with the people. Celebrities being the heroes that they play on TV. That's the worst, is that you find out that your hero is kind of, self-centered and only worried about, money and whatever celebrities worry about, right? When you do have a little bit of an opportunity to stand up for what's right, I think more people will support you from it. Even if you're that guy. But yeah, there is, if you're one of the bad boys, this is the time of anti-heroes. It's a good time to stand up. Little bit of scolding that there's lots of people working on it, but we need more. We need everybody, is the point.
You might get some trouble on the short term, but in the long term, people will remember you in history as someone who actually stood up for what was right. So that also matters. I mean, yeah.
It's still right. That's the deal. When given the opportunity to stand up for what's right, or just be complicit, ignore it, act like you don't hear it, act like your friend Pamela Anderson isn't sharing stuff out, right? Isn't trying to promote what's going on and fighting for her rights. Stand with her, stand with others like her. There's nothing wrong with that. Nobody's going to look down on you for trying to stand up for what's right. Even if you post on there right away, hey, look, this isn't in support of Julian Assange, this is in support of our First Amendment rights. That's fine.
Yeah, it's fine, and that's good. He doesn't ask for this. He doesn't. He never asked to be a hero or whatever. So
I don't think that he's ever said anything or done anything or made a statement that would lead me to believe that he's doing this for anything other than honorable reasons, which is so rare in this world.
Yeah, I agree. And the one quote that he has said repeatedly about WikiLeaks, the goal being justice. The method, I don't know the exact term, so I'll probably botch it, but he mentions the goal was ultimately justice. When he started this, he wanted to see more justice around the world. And he felt that this was the best way of doing that, using his, computer background to do so. So yeah, I think a absolutely genuine effort. Nobody would risk this. You never really see that. I mean, we have Snowden and we have, obviously Julian Assange and Reality Winner, among others. But yeah, I think the intentions are 100% pure.
And I mean, I can't say how very that is. In working in politics and even activism, there's a lot of people are in all of this for fame and for fortune and for their moment in the spotlight, and I mean all of these just stupid reasons sometimes. I've never seen him in this. I can't imagine anybody going through all of this. Reason, it has to be a moral stand, or there's no way you would go through this. There's no amount of money or fame that would be worth it.
Right. And like we mentioned before too, there's probably numerous times where money was offered for a leak and he could have been done and taken that money and ran with it.
Yeah.
Still done, pretty much, put out, and run a little news organization. I mean, they would have, you could have been the next TYT. They would have let you do that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit, guys, we have 4 minutes.
Yeah, 4 minutes time. But no, I think he could have, I guarantee the Clinton campaign alone would have paid huge amounts of money. The Trump campaign would have paid money to get it. To shut down, their, the illegal operations in Iraq and Afghanistan, war crimes and all of that, they would have paid an unthinkable amount of money. He could have lived, had yachts on some island. That he chose to stand with the people. So I want to end my only part is that he's willing to stand for us. We need to stand for him.
And we can do that. We can stand for him on social media, finding the hashtag Free Assange, and now also Action for Assange. That is, you will find all the different things you can do, and there will be lots of people supporting. They will organize street actions. They are trying to be present at the court cases to free Assange. You can also find the WikiLeaks. There's just a little ad a symbol and the WikiLeaks on Twitter. So twitter.com/WikiLeaks. You will find everything about it, and they update it daily all the time. And you also have the Defend Assange account. You can type that, Defend Assange. You can find it too. And all the support is appreciated. And
to our guests, obviously a huge thank you. Thank you for coming on as always. It's so important to us and getting the word out to get that the information directly from the source. The people that are in the streets, the people that are doing the hard work. We're so thankful for you coming on and even having the opportunity to help spread the word, to be a part of it.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me on. I was very happy to be here and speak about WikiLeaks and discuss all of the great work that he has done and how we can do better to support him and our fellow journalist and a true hero for the people. So it's definitely been a pleasure to speak with all of you this evening. Thank you.
And tell people how they can find you, Taylor.
You can find me on... Yeah, you could find me on Twitter, and that is at Taylor M_Hudak. So you can follow me on Twitter. I post. I'm also a journalist, starting to get into some more independent work, but I've been covering WikiLeaks and Julian Assange. I felt that my way to contribute was to report facts and report what's not being told in mainstream media. And you can find me there. And again, I'm definitely supportive and really enthusiastic about the initiative. The other guest was mentioning the hashtag Action for Assange.
All right, we have about 30 seconds.
Sharing is caring.
Don't forget to spay and neuter all politicians.
Yes.
And
I swear,
go ahead.
Sure.
And we will be back next Thursday at 7 o'clock Pacific. That's 10 o'clock Eastern. And I'm not sure what time Central, but we'll be back next
9,
week.
I was told.
Yeah, 9
9?
o'clock. There you go. Yeah, it's been a while. And we'll be back next week, same time, same place.
Dun, 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 dun.
I hereby declare this to be an unlawful assembly.